Chapter 58:30. Ning Cheng did not know what was going on with Shongwani. Half of his body was red while the other half was pale, his whole body was twitching slightly, moreover he had already lost consciousness. The situation seemed to be somewhat serious. Since something had happened to Shongwani, Lin Yi also wanted to go and take a look. After all, he was someone that he knew, even if he could not help, he should at least show some concern. However, he found that Wei Shenjin, this kid, had already run up to the deck, and was currently at the side of Shong Yuhua asking about Shongwani's situation in a low voice, causing him to hesitate for a moment whether he should go over or not. Because if Lin Yi went over, then Wei Shenjin would definitely stand by his side. It was a rare opportunity to show off, as such Lin Yi did not want to casually ruin it. Quietly using his spiritual consciousness to check on Shongwani's situation, Lin Yi basically understood what was going on. Shongwani should have encountered some problems during his cultivation, leading to his current state of cultivation deviation. Although this state was very dangerous, but in a short period of time there would not be any new changes, Lin Yi would not be able to help. As such he went back to his room. "Senior, are you in seclusion?" After returning to his room, Lin Yi wanted to look for that ghostly thing to ask about Shongwani's situation, whether or not it had any countermeasures, but that ghostly thing seemed to have really gone into seclusion. There was no response to his contact. Lin Yi shook his head. He could only think of a way to solve Shongwani's predicament by himself. If it was just an injury caused by cultivation deviation, then Lin Yi's all-purpose qi would be able to heal it, but the current situation was not so simple to solve. As such he had to continue to think of other ways. As for the situation on the deck, Lin Yi was still paying close attention to it with his spiritual sense. Maybe someone else could find a way to help Shongwani. Even if they couldn't succeed, they could at least provide some ideas. In the past 2 days, Wei Shenjin had gotten to know Yuhua Shong, so he had gotten an answer from Yuhua after asking questions. Now that almost everyone had arrived, he stood up and cupped his fists. "Dear friends, I'm Wei Shenjin. This is Vice President Shong of the Universal Chamber of Commerce. I think everyone knows each other. Because Vice President Shong was not careful in her cultivation, an accident occurred. Is there anyone here who has medical skills and can help treat Vice President Shong? I'll definitely reward you handsomely after this." Shong Yuhua looked at Wei Shenjin in surprise. Was this the same Wei Shenjin that she thought was a little dull? Why did he speak like a completely different person? Originally, these words should have been said by Shong Yuhua, but she was a little confused. After simply saying it to Wei Shenjin, she focused on Shongwani's condition and forgot her original intention. Fortunately, Wei Shenjin helped her to say it, otherwise, the bell would just find a bunch of people to watch the fun. In the world of cultivators, under normal circumstances, no one would take the initiative to help without asking, unless the other party was alone and didn't even have the ability to ask. Now Shongwani obviously had a family by his side. If Shong Yuhua didn't say it, even if others could help, they couldn't help, lest it caused some unnecessary misunderstandings. After Wei Shenjin finished speaking, the first one to come out was Zhang Dongsheng. It was unknown whether he was really enthusiastic or had other ulterior motives. This old man is Zhang Dongsheng from the medicine sect, a senior alchemist. "I'm extremely proficient in medicinal properties and also dabbled in medical skills. Let this old man diagnose Vice President Shong's condition." Zhang Dongsheng walked over and said proudly, but these words were said to Shong Yuhua. As for Wei Shenjin, he simply didn't want to pay attention to him. Zhang Dongsheng had no interest in paying attention to Lin Yi's little brother. In fact, if it wasn't for Shongwani lying on the ground, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to help. Shong Yuhua hurriedly bowed and said, "Grandmaster Zheng's medical skills are naturally trustworthy. I ask Grandmaster Zheng to treat my father immediately. As for the consultation fee, please feel free to ask Grandmaster Zheng. As long as my father can be saved, this junior is willing to pay any price." Zhang Dongsheng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Miss Shong's filial piety is truly touching. Vice President Shong will definitely be safe and sound." After a few polite words, Zhang Dongsheng half-squatted and began to examine Shongwani. After a short while, he stood up with a dignified face and said, "Vice President Shong indeed suffered from qigong deviation during cultivation. Moreover, his situation is very special, it's not looking good. Shang Yuhua hurriedly said, "Grandmaster Zheng, please think of a way to save my father. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me. This junior will do her best to collect it." Zheng Dongsheng slowly nodded and said, "If this old man isn't wrong, Vice President Shang should have fire and water dual spiritual roots, right?" Shang Yuhua hurriedly replied, "That's right, my father does have fire and water dual spiritual roots, but there has never been any problem during cultivation. Fire and water dual spiritual roots are very rare. These are two completely opposite and conflicting spiritual roots. During cultivation, water and fire are incompatible, and a little carelessness can lead to qigong deviation. Vice President Shang is really lucky that nothing has happened to him for so long. Of course, it could also be that Vice President Shang's mental cultivation method is extremely advanced and can transform the incompatible water and fire into complementary water and fire. In this way, the cultivation speed will be doubled, but it doesn't mean that there will be no qigong deviation. This time, there should be a problem." Zheng Dongsheng stroked the beard on his chin and spoke frankly with the demeanor of a grandmaster, frightening the people around him. Shang Yuhua was anxious. These things weren't important, the most important thing was how to save her father. What was this Zheng Dongsheng talking nonsense for? However, she still hoped that Zheng Dongsheng would help, so she didn't dare to complain. When Zheng Dongsheng finally finished speaking, Shang Yuhua hurriedly asked respectfully, "Grandmaster Zheng, may I ask how to save my father? Vice President Shang's situation is very bad. Ordinary means are no longer of any use," Zheng Dongsheng said while shaking his head. When Shang Yuhua's face showed more and more anxiety, he continued, "For now, I'm afraid the only way to save Vice President Shang is to refine a yin and yang pill to harmonize yin and yang, and communicate with water and fire. Moreover, this yin and yang pill must be given to him within 24 hours. Otherwise, even God can't save him." Shang Yuhua's complexion suddenly turned pale. She was the daughter of the All-Connection Chamber of Commerce's vice president. She was usually very knowledgeable, but she had never heard of a medicinal pill like the yin and yang pill. It was obviously a relatively obscure existence. Looking at Zheng Dongsheng's manner of speaking, it was probably not something that could be easily refined. Chapter 58:31. With the last glimmer of hope, Yuhua asked with a trembling voice, "Master Zheng, do you have the yin-yang elixir? If you don't, can you make it immediately?" Zheng Dongsheng said with a regretful face, "The ingredients for the yin-yang elixir are very precious, and the method of making it is very special. I don't have the elixir here, it's such a pity, Vice Chairman Shang." Yuhua's face turned pale, and her body swayed slightly, almost falling to the ground. Zheng Dongsheng was basically saying that Shang Wani couldn't be saved. Wei Shenjin quickly released a stream of qi to support Yuhua's body. He really wanted to do it himself, but in this situation, even if Yuhua didn't mind, he couldn't do it. After Shang Yuhua stabilized her body, although she was grateful for Wei Shenjin's actions, she didn't think too much about it. Her mind was in a mess, thinking about the yin-yang elixir and elixir refiners. Wei Shenjin retracted his qi and cupped his fist at Zheng Dongsheng. "Master Zheng, may I know what the ingredients for the yin-yang elixir are? If you can gather them, can you make the elixir immediately?" In fact, Wei Shenjin wanted to ask Lin Yi. After all, his boss was also a genius elixir refiner, even better than Zheng Dongsheng. But since Zheng Dongsheng was the one who brought it up, he couldn't just go around the old man and ask Lin Yi directly. This kind of behavior was quite taboo. If Zheng Dongsheng couldn't do it, then it would be perfectly justifiable to ask Lin Yi. Unfortunately, what Wei Shenjin didn't know was that Lin Yi was paying attention to everything here. As for the yin-yang elixir, Lin Yi really didn't know. In the end, it was because he didn't have enough knowledge. Zhong Liju's elixir refinement notes were mostly about his thoughts and experiences. It wasn't that there weren't any useful elixir recipes, but there weren't many of them. So most of the time, Lin Yi had to find the recipe himself to make elixir. Zheng Dongsheng snorted and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, completely disdainful of Wei Shenjin. With the grudge between Medicine Sect and Tiandan Pavilion, this kind of behavior was understandable. But Wei Shenjin was helping Yuhua ask the question, and this old man was a bit too ungentlemanly. Yu Hua came back to her senses. She knew that Zheng Dongsheng and Wei Shenjin's boss had a grudge against each other, so she quickly asked the same question as well. She didn't like Zheng Dongsheng's behavior at all. Zheng Dongsheng heard Yu Hua's question and said faintly, "The main ingredients of the yin-yang elixir are the extremely rare yin core fruit and yang-ji grass. The supplementary ingredients are normal, and a normal elixir refiner would have a certain amount of them. As for making the yin-yang elixir, I've already said that the method of making it is extremely special, and it's impossible for one person to make it." Yu Hua couldn't care less about the special method of making the elixir. She had to get the yin core fruit and yang-ji grass first before she could consider making the elixir. "Master Zheng, do you have yin core fruit and yang-ji grass? If you do, I'm willing to buy them with spirit jade or trade with other items." As Shang Yuhua spoke, she was calculating in her mind who else on this ship could possibly have these two kinds of elixirs, and what else could she have that she could use to exchange for them. With the current situation, even if someone had these two ingredients, it wouldn't be easy to trade for them. There would definitely be people who would take advantage of the situation to raise the price. Zheng Dongsheng smiled meaningfully, then said faintly, "I do have a yin core fruit, but it's a pity that I don't have yang-ji grass. Anything I say is useless. Miss Shang, go find the yang-ji grass first, then come talk to me about the yin core fruit." Shang Yuhua's heart leaped with joy. She didn't think that Zheng Dongsheng would have a main ingredient in his hands. If this was the case, then her hope was much greater. As long as she could find the yang-ji grass, her father might be able to be saved. "Fellow Taoists, may I ask who has yang-ji grass? I, Shang Yuhua, am willing to buy it for a high price. I also promise that the Universal Chamber of Commerce will do me a favor. As long as my father is saved, in the future, if the Universal Chamber of Commerce needs anything, I will do my best to repay this favor." Shang Yuhua cupped her hands and bowed to the crowd. She could only hope that someone would really be able to bring out the yang-ji grass. In the crowd, Cai Zhongyang looked like he was struggling. He really did have a yang-ji grass, but this yang-ji grass was reserved by a customer from the far north island. It wasn't something that was going to be auctioned off. If it was an auction item, it wouldn't matter if he sold it to Yu Hua. But if he couldn't bring out the item reserved by someone else, then the reputation of Five Elements Commerce would be ruined. Speaking of which, the Universal Chamber of Commerce was a competitor of Five Elements Commerce. Using something that was related to their reputation to save a competitor was something that most people wouldn't do. Cai Zhongyang also felt that a person's life was at stake. He shouldn't have anything to do with the identity of the other party, so he hesitated. Without waiting for Cai Zhongyang to make up his mind, Zheng Dongsheng looked at him and smiled mysteriously. He said, "Miss Shang, I know who here has the yang-ji grass. As for whether or not he is willing to bring it out, it will depend on Miss Shang's methods and sincerity. Of course, forget about the face of the Universal Chamber of Commerce. They probably won't care about your favor." Sensing Zheng Dongsheng's gaze, Cai Zhongyang's heart skipped a beat. Although the fact that he had the yang pole grass wasn't a secret, not many people knew about it. How did this old man know so much about it? Shang Yuhua was overjoyed. What she was most afraid of was that the boat didn't have the yang-ji grass. With their current position, they wouldn't be able to reach the shore within 24 hours. Even if they could buy it on the shore, it wouldn't be able to save Shang Wani's life. Since someone here had it, the only question was how much it would cost to buy it. "Master Zheng, please tell me, who has the yang-ji grass?" Shang Yuhua held back her surprise and asked Zheng Dongsheng urgently. Zheng Dongsheng pointed at Cai Zhongyang and said with certainty, "Five Elements Commerce's Cai Zhongyang definitely has the yang-ji grass. As for how much, I'm not sure." With these words, it was easy to think that Cai Zhongyang had more than one yang-ji grass. At least, that was what Shang Yuhua thought. Therefore, she was even more confident that she could trade for the yang-ji grass. "President Cai, if you really have the yang-ji grass, please sell it to me. Just name the price. I, Shang Yuhua, will not bargain." Shang Yuhua quickly walked in front of Cai Zhongyang and bowed solemnly. Although the two chambers of commerce were competitors, there wasn't any deep hatred between them. Shang Yuhua didn't think that Cai Zhongyang would leave her in the lurch. After all, they were doing business. If someone wanted to buy it, wouldn't he take the opportunity to sell it for a good price? Chapter 58:32. Lin Yi, who was in the room, was a little surprised. He didn't think that Cai Zhongyang would be dragged into this. Furthermore, he didn't say that he had the young polegrass right away, so there must be a reason why he didn't help Shangwani. Because of this, Lin Yi had a strange feeling in his heart. On the deck, facing Shang Yuhua's eager eyes, Cai Zhongyang could only smile bitterly and say, "Miss Shang, I do have a young polegrass. It's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but this young polegrass is reserved by someone else. It's not for auction. If I give it to you, you know what the consequences will be." Shang Yuhua's face paled. She also ran a chamber of commerce, so of course she knew the consequences of reselling a customer's reserved item. No matter how high the price, there was no way to make up for the loss of reputation. To put it bluntly, Cai Zhongyang suspected that the Universal Chamber of Commerce was deliberately using this method to ruin the reputation of the Five Elements commerce. But asking him to take out the young polegrass was indeed a bit too much. "Chairman Cai, I know this will make things difficult for you, but as you can see, my father's life is in danger. He's just waiting for the young polegrass to save his life. The Universal Chamber of Commerce will bear all the consequences of this. When we reach the far north island, whether it's the compensation or the explanation to the customer, I'll take care of it. Also, the price of the young polegrass will be decided by you, Chairman Cai. I only ask that you save my father's life." At the end of her sentence, Yuhua's eyes were filled with tears. Cai Zhongyang was in a very difficult position. If Zheng Dongsheng hadn't pointed out that he had the young polegrass, then perhaps he would have agreed to Shang Yuhua's request. However, because of Zheng Dongsheng's malicious gaze, Cai Zhongyang couldn't help but feel uneasy. Cai Zhongyang really couldn't bring himself to cut off Shang Yuhua. Although he was a businessman, he was also a soft-hearted person. "Haha, Vice Chairman Cai, you really have a cold heart. That little girl is already begging you, and yet you still won't budge. Are you afraid that the price is too low? You want her to give you the price herself?" Zheng Dongsheng made sarcastic remarks on the side, which made Cai Zhongyang more certain that there must be a problem, but he didn't know where the problem was. Hu Guanqi sighed in his heart, but he didn't know what to say. He wanted to save Shangwani, but he knew that Cai Zhongyang was in a difficult position. If he tried to persuade Cai Zhongyang, he would definitely listen to him. But that wasn't the result he wanted. After being reminded, Yuhua immediately said, "Chairman Cai, I am willing to pay 500,000 spirit jades for the young polegrass. I will also take care of all the aftermath. At the same time, the Universal Chamber of Commerce still owes you a favor." The surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp. 500,000 spirit jades was definitely a large sum. Although not many people knew about the yin-yang pill, there were still those who had heard of it. They had already spread the news to those who didn't know about it. This type of pill was more troublesome to refine, but it was still a yellow level 7 pill. Normally, it would sell for 70 to 80,000 spirit jades at most, and that was if it was a completed pill. Young polegrass was one of the main ingredients of the yin-yang pill, so its value could not be compared to a completed pill. Although the young polegrass was an extremely rare spirit herb, its normal selling price was at most 10,000 spirit jades. In a normal auction, it would be considered a sky-high price if it was sold for 20 to 30,000 spirit jades. Yet, Shang Yuhua had asked for 500,000 spirit jades and even promised to take care of all the loose ends. Furthermore, she had even done Cai Zhongyang a favor. The surrounding crowd even had the thought of killing Cai Zhongyang and robbing him. "Miss Shang, you know that this isn't a matter of the amount of spirit jades." Cai Zhongyang smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Before he figured out Zheng Dongsheng's intentions, he wouldn't dare agree to Yuhua's request. "Miss Shang, he thinks that your price is too low," Zheng Dongsheng said in a neutral tone, but deep down, he was feeling great. If he could deal with someone close to Lin Yi, no matter who it was, he would be very happy. Wei Shenjin didn't wait for Yuhua to raise the price again. He stood in front of her and said to Cai Zhongyang, "Chairman Cai, I really need your help this time. There won't be only one young polegrass. When we pass by the northern island, we can go up there and search. Maybe we can find another young polegrass for you to bring to the client. But Chairman Shong can't wait until we reach the northern island. A human life is at stake, so I hope Chairman Cai can consider it. Cai Zhongyang looked at Wei Shenjin with slight surprise. He didn't have to give face to Yuhua Shong, but Wei Shenjin was Lin Yi's little brother. No matter what, he couldn't refuse Lin Yi. Not to mention that Lin Yi had just given him 2 spirit tempering pills. Their previous friendship was not something that could be measured by a mere young polegrass. Shong Yuhua looked at Wei Shenjin in surprise. Today, Wei Shenjin seemed to be completely different from before. He was calm, decisive, and considerate. Well, that wasn't important. What was important was that Shong Yuhua suddenly remembered that Lin Yi was Wei Shenjin's boss, and that Cai Zhongyang and Lin Yi were good friends. Maybe Wei Shenjin's words could really make Cai Zhongyang change his mind. Shong Yuhua, who had been slowly losing hope, suddenly had hope again. However, Wei Shenjin suddenly said, Chairman Cai, this is my own request. It has nothing to do with Boss Lin Yi. Although I really hope that you can agree to sell the young polegrass, I don't want it to be because of Boss. Shong Yuhua didn't know how to describe her feelings. Was she calling Wei Shenjin an idiot? With Lin Yi's face, he actually didn't want it. Moreover, he didn't even need to say anything. Cai Zhongyang would have considered it himself, but he just had to open his mouth and make such a statement. But it was precisely this kind of Wei Shenjin that made Shong Yuhua feel that he was very responsible. A responsible man would not be bad no matter what. The problem was that if Cai Zhongyang refused to sell the young polegrass because of this, Shong Yuhua wasn't sure if she would hate Wei Shenjin. Maybe she would, maybe she wouldn't. Fortunately, Shong Yuhua didn't need to think about the answer to this question, because Cai Zhongyang had nodded. Little Wei, you underestimate yourself too much. Even if I don't give Brother Lin face, do you think I'll ignore you? We've interacted a lot these past 2 years. Don't tell me you don't see me as your friend. You're actually calling me Chairman Cai? Cai Zhongyang stared hard at Wei Shenjin, then took out a small, thin, and flat jade box and handed it to Wei Shenjin. This is my young polegrass. I'm giving it to you. Take it. Don't mention the spiritual jade. It'd be best if the North Island has it, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't. I can handle this myself. You don't need to interfere. Since Cai Zhongyang had made up his mind, he cast aside all his worries and spoke casually to Wei Shenjin and Shong Yuhua. To be continued. Chapter 58-33. Shong Yuhua didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. She didn't know how to react for a moment. After hearing Cai Zhongyang's words, she immediately bowed and said, Chairman Cai, thank you for saving my life. Everything I said before is valid. I will give you the spirit jades immediately. Cai Zhongyang waved his hand and said, I said that this is for little Wei. If you bring up the spirit jades again, return the young polegrass to me. I, Cai Zhongyang, won't go so far as to ruin the reputation of 5 Elements commerce for some spirit jades. But for a friend, it doesn't matter. Zheng Dongsheng, who was at the side, smiled darkly. He seemed to be very satisfied with the young polegrass that Cai Zhongyang took out, so he didn't say anything else to provoke him. Thank you, Chairman Cai. When my father wakes up, he will definitely pay a visit to thank you. Shong Yuhua didn't say anything else. Right now, the most important thing was to refine the yin-yang pill to save Shongwani. Everything else could be put aside. Wei Shenjin didn't thank Cai Zhongyang too much. Some things couldn't be done with just a word of thanks. That's why there's a saying that great kindness can't be expressed with words. As for Cai Zhongyang's gratitude, he would only remember it in his heart. When there's a chance in the future, he will definitely repay it. After passing the jade box to Shong Yuhua, Wei Shenjin looked at Zheng Dongsheng. Now that he had the young polegrass, it was time to see what this old man would say about the yin core fruit. Shong Yuhua walked a few steps forward and arrived in front of Zheng Dongsheng and said, Grandmaster Zheng, this junior has already obtained the young polegrass. Can we discuss the price of the yin core fruit now? Zheng Dongsheng stroked his beard with the demeanor of an expert and said, "Seeing your filial piety, I will sell the yin core fruit to you according to the market price. 10,000 spirit jades will do." When these words were said, not only was Shang Yuhua surprised, but everyone else at the side didn't think that after the young polegrass had already appeared, Shang Yuhua's desire for the dark core fruit didn't need to be said. Just now, the young polegrass was priced at 500,000 spirit jades. Now, even if Zheng Dongsheng called out a sky-high price of 1,000,000 spirit jades for the dark core fruit, Shang Yuhua would still readily agree. But Zheng Dongsheng actually asked for a market price of 10,000 spirit jade. In fact, it was even cheaper than the market price. If it was brought to an ordinary auction, it would fetch at least 20,000 spirit jade. Could it be that this Zheng Dongsheng was really a good person of noble character and unquestionable integrity? Wei Shenjin expressed that he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Shang Yuhua didn't say anything and immediately took out a red spirit jade card and handed it to Zheng Dongsheng. This was a spirit jade storage card that the Heavenly Island Commerce Alliance had introduced to facilitate settlement. The red color represented 10,000 spirit jades. In addition, there were orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, which represented 50,000, 100,000, 500,000, 1,000,000, 5,000,000, and 10,000,000 spirit jades respectively. Zheng Dongsheng didn't go back on his word. After receiving the spirit jade card, he readily handed the jade box containing the yin core fruit to Shang Yuhua. After Shang Yuhua received the yin core fruit, she used both hands to bring it to Zheng Dongsheng along with the young polegrass and said, "Grandmaster Zheng, I will have to trouble you to help me refine a yin-yang pill. If my father is able to wake up, he will definitely reward you greatly." "Miss Shang, didn't I already say it? The yin-yang pill's refining method is very special. This old man can't refine it," Zheng Dongsheng said with an innocent face. Hearing this, Shang Yuhua suddenly felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Thinking about it carefully, Zheng Dongsheng seemed to have really said so. But before, he didn't even have the materials, so it was meaningless to say anything else. But now that he had the main ingredient, he couldn't refine it. Wasn't it still the same? Wei Shenjin just wanted to speak, but Zheng Dongsheng comforted her. "Miss Shang, don't worry. This old man can't refine it for a reason. It doesn't mean that others can't refine it. Please guide me, Grandmaster Zheng." Shang Yuhua's hope rose again, and she quickly and respectfully asked Zheng Dongsheng for advice. The yin-yang pill is special in that it requires two alchemists to cooperate to refine it. Moreover, it must be a man and a woman. The man focuses on the yang, and the woman focuses on the yin. Otherwise, it will only be a waste of materials, and it is absolutely impossible to refine it successfully. That's why I said that I can't refine it by myself. As Zheng Dongsheng spoke, the corner of his mouth revealed a slight smile. Shang Yuhua's eyes suddenly lit up. On this ancient battleship, there was an excellent female alchemist, Li Zhaoyi. She was the chief alchemist of the Alchemy Hall. With her help, the yin-yang pill would definitely not be a problem. "Grandmaster Zheng, if you and Master Li Zhaoyi refine it together, there won't be a problem, right?" Shang Yuhua hurriedly asked. As long as Zheng Dongsheng nodded, she would immediately ask Li Zhaoyi to help, no matter what the price was. Unexpectedly, Zheng Dongsheng still shook his head and said, "I don't have enough energy. I'm afraid I can't cooperate with Master Li Zhaoyi. However, my grandson, Zheng Tianqing, is also a good alchemist. His alchemy ability is almost the same as mine. If he cooperates with Master Li Zhaoyi, it should not be a big problem." Shang Yuhua also had an impression of Zheng Tianqing's words, but it was not a good impression. What happened in the restaurant that day had been proved that Zheng Tianqing had poisoned the food, but now she couldn't be picky. Saving Shangwani was the most important thing. "Master Li Zhaoyi doesn't seem to be here. I'll ask her to come over immediately." Shang Yuhua looked around and didn't see Li Zhaoyi. She probably didn't come out of the room, so she immediately went to find Li Zhaoyi. Zheng Dongsheng raised his hand to stop her and said, "Miss Shang, don't worry. I've already asked someone to invite Master Li Zhaoyi and my grandson. When they come, you can discuss the details with them." "Thank you, Grandmaster Zheng." It's really thanks to you this time. Otherwise, my father would really be in danger. Shang Yuhua bowed gratefully and thanked him. Although Zheng Dongsheng didn't seem to be a good person, he did help. At this time, the strange feeling in Lin Yi's heart became more and more obvious, but there were too few clues for him to figure it out. After a while, Li Zhaoyi was really invited to the deck. Of course, Zheng Tianqing was always behind her, so there was no need to find him again. Shang Yuhua stepped forward and bowed respectfully, then sincerely asked, Master Li Zhaoyi, my father, Shang Wani, has been possessed by the devil because of his carelessness in cultivation. Now only the yin and yang pill can save his life, so I beg you to help me refine the pill. I've prepared the materials. As long as you agree, I can agree to any conditions. Li Zhaoyi frowned a little. She looked at Shang Wani, who was still lying down and twitching slightly. She shook her head and said, I can't refine the yin and yang pill. Shang Yuhua thought that Li Zhao was referring to the fact that she couldn't refine the elixir alone, so she immediately pointed at Zheng Tianqing and said, I know that the yin-yang pill needs 2 alchemists to refine it together. Master Zheng just told me about it, and he said that his grandson, Zheng Tianqing, is also an alchemist master, so he can cooperate with you to refine the yin-yang pill. Chapter 58-34. Zheng Tianqing immediately laughed and said, Yes, I am indeed an alchemist, but I dare not be called a master. However, if I can cooperate with Master Li Zhao, I think it will not be a problem to refine the yin and yang pill. Miss Shang, please rest assured that I, Zheng Tianqing, will not shirk from this task. Thank you, Alchemist Zheng. Shang Yuhua did not expect Zheng Tianqing to agree so readily, but in this way, there should be no problem with Li Zhao, right? Master Li Zhao, you see that Alchemist Zheng has agreed. When can you start refining the pill? Shang Yuhua looked at Li Zhao expectantly, hoping that she would nod immediately. Unfortunately, the expressionless Li Zhao still shook her head resolutely and said, I can't refine the yin and yang pill. This time, Shang Yuhua's face really changed. Why was refining the pill so troublesome? Twists and turns were not enough to describe it. She was about to achieve her goal, but Li Zhao inexplicably refused to refine the pill. If it were not for the fact that Li Zhao was the only suitable female alchemist on the entire ancient battleship, Shang Yuhua would have fallen out with her. She was trying to save his life. Do you think you are playing a game? Zheng Dongsheng asked gently, Master Li Zhao, don't you have the formula for the yin and yang pill? It doesn't matter, I have it here. I believe that with your strength, it will not be a problem for you to refine the yin and yang pill. I have the formula, but I can't refine the yin and yang pill. Li Zhao glanced at Zheng Dongsheng faintly and said without hesitation. Shang Yuhua was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes. She bowed and pleaded, Master Li Zhao, my father's life is really at stake. Please help us once, and we will be very grateful. If you have any request, you can put forward it. As long as we can do it, we will never refuse. Li Zhaoyi showed an awkward expression on her face, but she did not seem to want to agree. She still shook her head and said, You don't understand. I will auction my alchemy rights when I go to the extreme North Island this time. We, the Universal Chamber of Commerce, will buy it. No matter how much it costs, we will buy it. Shang Yuhua suddenly raised her head and couldn't wait to say loudly, Master Li Zhao, are you worried that after refining elixirs here, you may not be able to refine elixirs again when you reach the extreme North Island because of the loss? It doesn't matter. I'll buy the alchemy rights this time. Master Li Zhao, you don't need to attend the auction anymore. It's not like that. Let me finish. Li Zhaoyi's tone was still indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation. Refining the elixir consumes physical strength, but this is not the main reason. If it were any other elixir, I would definitely help, but not the yin and yang elixir. Wei Shenjin said unhappily, why can't the yin and yang pill work? If it wasn't for the fact that the yin and yang pill requires a female alchemist, I would have asked my boss for help long ago. Do you think that you're the only one here who knows alchemy? My boss's alchemy skills are much better than yours. Li Zhaoyi glanced at Wei Shenjin and didn't argue with him. She just continued to say, when refining the yin and yang pill, because yin and yang meet, water and fire blend, the alchemist must be naked. It doesn't matter if I'm alone, but it's absolutely impossible to refine elixirs with others. Shang Yuhua was stunned. If it were her, she might not agree, let alone Li Zhaoyi. They had nothing to do with the Shang family. Why should she sacrifice her innocence to help them? Zheng Tianqing said solemnly, Master Li Zhao, as the saying goes, doctors have the heart of a parent. Although it's a little troublesome to refine the yin and yang pill, Vice President Shang is in danger. How can some small things be more important than saving a life? Shang Yuhua opened her mouth, but she couldn't make any sound. Li Zhaoyi had already made it so obvious. What else could she say? It was related to a girl's reputation, and Li Zhaoyi was the chief alchemist of the alchemy hall. She really couldn't do such a difficult thing. Li Zhaoyi looked very embarrassed. Zheng Tianqing struck while the iron was hot and continued to say righteously, Master Li Zhaoyi, as an alchemist, you must overcome all difficulties on the path of alchemy in order to spy on a higher realm. If Master Li Zhaoyi is not even willing to refine the yin and yang pill to save a life, I'm afraid you will stop on the path of alchemy in the future. With your talent, are you really willing to stop completely because of a mere yin and yang pill? What he said was somewhat reasonable. After a slight pause, Li Zhaoyi actually began to consider such a possibility. Zheng Tianqing was secretly delighted. This was the best opportunity to win over Li Zhaoyi. As long as she agreed to refine elixirs with Zheng Tianqing, the chief alchemist of the alchemy hall would be his plaything in the future. Master Li Zhaoyi, time waits for no one. We can wait slowly, but Vice President Shang can't wait. Hurry up and refine the yin and yang pill with me. This sort of thing, like watching someone die without helping, if it gets out, not only will it damage your reputation, even the pill hall will be smeared along with it. Zheng Tianqing smiled proudly, then pretended to be a gentleman and said, Don't worry, when I refine elixirs, I will definitely close my eyes. I will definitely not peek at you. If he hadn't said this, it would have been fine. After hearing his words, Li Zhaoyi's pretty face suddenly turned cold. She snorted and said, You can refine elixirs with your eyes closed. You are indeed a top genius. I, Li Zhaoyi, don't have that kind of ability. Zheng Tianqing wanted to say that he didn't mind her opening her eyes to look at him. Unfortunately, before he could speak, Lin Yi walked out and said to him coldly, Get lost, don't block my way, boss. Wei Shenjin hurriedly came over and said, Vice President Shang has been possessed by the devil. The situation is very bad. Lin Yi nodded and said, I know. You don't have to say anything more. Li Zhaoyi suddenly said, Lin Yi, refine the yin and yang pill with me. This sudden suggestion made Lin Yi slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Li Zhaoyi would have such an idea. Zheng Tianqing's face was livid. He had talked for a long time, but Li Zhaoyi still didn't agree to refine elixirs with him. As soon as Lin Yi appeared, she took the initiative to ask to refine elixirs with him. It was simply too much. Master Li Zhaoyi, Lin Yi is the enemy of our alchemy hall. How can you say such a thing? Even if you want to refine the yin and yang pill, it should be me and you, right? Zheng Tianqing asked loudly with some exasperation. He had deliberately wanted to use this opportunity to refine the yin and yang pill to capture Li Zhaoyi. How could he give up so easily? Not, to be continued. Chapter 58-35. Li Zhaoyi said faintly, It's not up to you to decide who the enemy of Dan Hall is, not to mention that you are just the grandnephew of Vice Hall Master Zheng. Even Vice Hall Master Zheng cannot represent the position of Dan Hall. These two sentences could be said to be quite serious. Not only did Zheng Tianqing's face change, even Zheng Dongjue, who was on the side, felt ashamed. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with a small character like Zheng Tianqing. He came out to refine the yin and yang pill to save Shangwani. The two main ingredients were ready. As long as he had the elixir formula, his Shenong cauldron would definitely be able to refine the yin and yang pill. Why do you want to refine pills with me? Lin Yi was also very curious about Li Zhaoyi's proposal, so he asked. Li Zhaoyi said expressionlessly, A person who says that he wants to refine pills with his eyes closed will never put his mind on alchemy. Even if he really closes his eyes, his mind will only fall on me. Besides, I don't think he will really close his eyes. Since I'm going to refine pills, I must refine the yin and yang pill to save Vice President Shang. I'm afraid this kind of person with distracting thoughts has never thought about refining the yin and yang pill successfully. He just wants to take advantage of me. It was rare for this girl to say so much. Lin Yi really admired her. No wonder she was so impolite to Zheng Tianqing and Zheng Dongjue just now. It turned out that she was not stupid. She knew Zheng Tianqing's silly mind like the back of her hand. It was not wrong to say that Zheng Tianqing didn't care about whether he could refine the yin and yang pill at all. This kid was thinking about how to take the opportunity to get Li Zhaoyi. Whether Shongwani was dead or alive, it had nothing to do with him. You said that you want to refine the yin and yang pill with you, so you should have the elixir formula of the yin and yang pill, right? Lin Yi smiled slightly and did not respond to Li Zhaoyi's words. Li Zhaoyi nodded and said, "Of course I have the recipe for the yin and yang pill. Although this kind of pill is relatively unpopular, I like to collect all kinds of pill recipes. The yin and yang pill recipe is one of them. If you agree, we can start refining the yin and yang pill immediately." Shang Yuhua grabbed Wei Shenjin's hand subconsciously, but she didn't notice it at all. She was just nervous. This damn yin and yang elixir was really torturing her. Saying that it was full of twists and turns was not enough to describe the ups and downs. Now, as long as Lin Yi agreed, her father could be saved. "Give me the pill formula first." Lin Yi didn't agree or disagree. He just asked Li Zhaoyi to give him the prescription first. Last time, this girl came to ask about Shijun's recovery method or prescription. Maybe it was because she liked to collect prescriptions. Li Zhaoyi didn't suspect anything. She quickly took out a small piece of parchment from her small bag and handed it to Lin Yi. "This is the prescription of the yin and yang pill. You have to carefully verify that what you're doing is correct. If you don't do this, I will also feel that you are not qualified to refine the pill with me." Lin Yi smiled faintly. This girl was quite arrogant. She wanted to secretly test the other party's professionalism when she was looking for someone to refine the pill. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Yi had never intended to refine the pill with her. After a few quick glances, the contents of the prescription had already been memorized by Lin Yi. Except for the two main ingredients, the yin core fruit and the yang pole grass, the rest of the auxiliary licorice grass were indeed very common. Lin Yi had a lot of licorice grass in his own reserves. After returning the prescription to Li Zhaoyi, Lin Yi smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I won't refine the yin and yang pill with you." Shang Yuhua suddenly clenched her fingers. She didn't even feel her fingertips pinching into Wei Shenjin's palm. Wei Shenjin's expression didn't change, as if it wasn't his palm at all. Li Zhaoyi was stunned and asked in confusion, "Why? Do you think you can't refine the yin and yang pill?" But the yin and yang pill is only a 7th grade yellow level pill, except for the special refining conditions. It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Zheng Dongsheng took the opportunity to say, "Master Li Zhaoyi, since Lin Yi doesn't want to help Vice President Shang, you should refine the yin and yang pill with my grandson." To be honest, putting aside Lin Yi's hostility to our Dan Hall, his tacit understanding with Master Li Zhaoyi is also a problem. In addition, Tianqing is also a member of the Dan Hall. This kind of alchemy should be done with our own people. Shut up. It's not up to you, an alchemist from a famous medicine sect, to intervene in the affairs of the Dan Hall. Don't think that just because you're the cousin of Vice President Xing, you can criticize the Dan Hall. Li Zhaoyi really didn't have a good impression of the Zheng family. Even Zheng Dongsheng reprimanded them mercilessly. Ignoring Zheng Dongsheng's embarrassed face, Li Zhaoyi frowned and asked Lin Yi, "Lin Yi, do you think that you're the one who will suffer a loss if you refine pills with me?" If Lin Yi felt that he couldn't refine the yin and yang pill, Li Zhaoyi would never believe it. Then, it might be possible that he would suffer a loss. But if it was refining the yin and yang pill, how could Lin Yi suffer a loss? Li Zhaoyi didn't care that she would suffer a loss, so why would Lin Yi care? To be honest, Li Zhaoyi really didn't understand what he was thinking at all. Shang Yuhua anxiously pulled Wei Shenjin and whispered into his ear, "Brother Wei, please help me beg your boss. As long as he can refine pills, I can agree to any request he has. Also, if my father can wake up, I'm willing to marry you." Thinking of how Lin Yi had repeatedly expressed his intention to matchmake her and Wei Shenjin, Shang Yuhua felt that she seemed to understand something. Perhaps Lin Yi wanted to use this matter to make her willingly marry his little brother. To be honest, after getting along with him for a period of time, Shang Yuhua had unknowingly changed her view of Wei Shenjin. After saying that she was willing to marry Wei Shenjin, she didn't have any resistance. Instead, she had a faint thought that this was also very good. Originally, Shang Yuhua thought that Wei Shenjin would be overjoyed after hearing this. After all, as long as he was not blind, he would be able to understand his love for her. However, to her surprise, Wei Shenjin didn't have any joy at all. Instead, his expression changed slightly. When Wei Shenjin pulled his hand out of Shang Yuhua's without batting an eyelid, she realized that she had been holding his hand all along. When their hands separated, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. "Miss Shang, my boss is not a person who likes to be threatened. If he can save President Shang, he will definitely not stand by and do nothing. And I hope you know that I like you as a person, not a commodity that can be used for trading," Wei Shenjin whispered in Shang Yuhua's ear. This was the first time he had clearly said that he liked her, but perhaps after saying it, they would no longer have the possibility of being together. To be continued. Announcement: the app is online. It supports Android and Apple. Please follow the official WeChat account to download and install. AppSid. Chapter 5836. However, Wei Shenjin did not regret it. He wanted Yu Hua, and he did not get her through a deal. Moreover, she thought that Lin Yi was threatening her, which was also unforgivable. Shang Yuhua's pretty face was pale. She felt that she was really stupid. Wei Shenjin had clearly shown his responsibility and his principles. How could she say such a thing? She wanted to tell Wei Shenjin that she was just too anxious, so she spoke without thinking, but in the end, she only opened her mouth and could not say a word, because Wei Shenjin had already bowed to Lin Yi and made a request. "Boss, Vice President Shang's situation is urgent. Please refine the yin and yang pill to save Vice President Shang," Wei Shenjin respectfully requested. He did not ask whether Lin Yi could refine the yin and yang pill, because there was no need to ask at all. Even a fool like Zheng Tianqing said that he could refine it, so how could the boss not be able to refine it? Li Zhaoyi's view of Lin Yi had taken a sharp turn. Although the conversation between Shang Yuhua and Wei Shenjin was whispered, she still vaguely heard some of it. With her intelligence, she could naturally imagine other things that she did not hear clearly. Therefore, now Li Zhaoyi had already determined that Lin Yi wanted to use the matter of refining the yin and yang pill to force Shang Yuhua to marry Wei Shenjin. This kind of scum was not qualified to refine the yin and yang pill with her. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said to Wei Shenjin, "Of course I will refine the yin and yang pill, but this favor cannot be given to you. Otherwise, people will really think that the two of us colluded to bully her." Shang Yuhua took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. Then she solemnly bowed to Lin Yi and said, "Master Lin, it's Yuhua's fault. I measured the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Big brother Wei was such a responsible man. How could his boss be inferior to him?" However, when Yuhua said that she wanted to marry Big brother Wei, it wasn't a transaction, but from the bottom of her heart. "No matter how this matter ends, I have to make this clear." Lin Yi patted Wei Shenjin's shoulder with a smile and said, "Miss Shang is a good girl. Cherish her in the future and don't let her down, boss." Wei Shenjin's face was slightly red, but he also knew that it wasn't the time to talk about this, so he could only lower his head and remain silent. Lin Yi beckoned to Yuhua and said, "Bring me the yin core fruit and yang pole grass. I will refine the yin-yang pill." Li Zhaoyi said coldly, "I've changed my mind. You're not a good person. I don't want to cooperate with you anymore." Lin Yi shrugged and said indifferently, "I'm sorry. I told you that I don't want to refine the yin-yang pill with you. It's just a yin-yang pill. I can refine it myself." Li Zhaoyi frowned and said, "That's impossible. Even if you also have water and fire spiritual roots and can condense the fire of both water and fire, it is impossible for you to refine the yin-yang pill. There is only one yin core fruit and yang pole grass. If you do this, Shang Wani will really die." Zheng Tianqing finally found a chance to step on Lin Yi's ass. He couldn't wait any longer and jumped out. "Lin Yi, Don't play around with people's lives if you want to brag. Master Li Zhao's alchemy skills are far above yours. Don't you know the difficulty of refining the yin-yang pill? What's more, you didn't even have the recipe for the yin-yang pill. After peeping at Master Li Zhao's recipe, you said that you can refine it by yourself. Do you really think this is a joke? Lin Yi glanced at him disdainfully and sneered, "Summer insects can't talk about ice. If you can't do it yourself, does it mean that no one in the world can do it? You are a frog in a well. You'd better go back and read a few more books to improve your knowledge. Otherwise, you will lose face for the Zheng family." Zheng Dongsheng sneered and said, "The descendants of the Zheng family don't need to listen to people like you who talk nonsense. Instead of letting you waste elixirs, it's better to let my grandson and Master Li Zhao refine the yin-yang pill together." Li Zhao did not speak this time, but looked at Lin Yi coldly, wanting to see how he was going to end this. As for Shongwani's life, Li Zhao would certainly save him if he could, but in this situation, he might not be able to. Lin Yi ignored the idiots of the Zheng family, turned to Shong Yuhua and said, "Miss Shong, if I say that I can refine the yin-yang pill, do you believe me? If you believe me, give me the thing. If you don't believe me, just pretend that I didn't say anything." He saved Shongwani because Lin Yi and Shongwani had a good relationship, and they had just finalized some small cooperation before. Secondly, he did it for the sake of Wei Shenjin. However, if Shong Yuhua did not believe him, Lin Yi would definitely turn around and leave. There was no need for him to beg her to let him refine elixirs to save Shongwani. Shong Yuhua did not hesitate this time. She had heard too many magical deeds of Lin Yi from her father, and she still admired him in her heart. Moreover, this was Wei Shenjin's boss. Out of trust for Wei Shenjin, she would also choose to believe Lin Yi. Seeing Shong Yuhua hand over the two main ingredients to him without any hesitation, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. He thought that Shong Yuhua would at least consider it. Zheng Dongxing's complexion was extremely ugly. He coldly snorted and said, "The yin core fruit is this old man's. It is used to save people, not for you, Lin Yi, to waste. If you really want to refine the yin-yang pill, then I'm sorry, this old man will not sell the yin core fruit." Lin Yi laughed. His face was full of ridicule as he looked at Zheng Dongxing and said, "Zheng Dongxing, you are really shameless. Money and goods have been exchanged. How can you say that you want to overturn it? No wonder you look like a dog. It turns out that you like to eat things that come out." The surrounding people suddenly burst into laughter. It was clear that they were also very disdainful of Zheng Dongxing's actions. On Heavenstep Island, you can steal and rob, but you can't go back on your word after completing the transaction. Doing so would attract everyone's disdain. Because of this, when Cai Zhongyang took out the young polegrass, he hesitated. Zheng Dongsheng was also secretly regretting it. He was a bit anxious, so he didn't think carefully before speaking, allowing Lin Yi to seize the opportunity. But once the words left his mouth, spilled water was hard to take back. If he went back on his word, he would only be laughed at. Chapter 58-37. After all, he was a member of the All-Trade Chamber of Commerce. After calming himself down, he was very skilled in handling things. His words were watertight, reminding him that the yin core fruit transaction had been completed and there was no room for regrets. He also explained that the new Spirit Jade card was only a token of gratitude and had nothing to do with the previous transaction. Lin Yi didn't care whether Zheng Dongsheng would accept the Spirit Jade card or not. He just sneered at him and turned back. The refining of the yin and yang elixir had to be done as soon as possible. Although Shongwani was fine for the time being, there would always be some problems after a long time. Li Zhaoyi watched Lin Yi leave coldly and didn't say anything more. Since Shong Yuhua chose to believe Lin Yi, she certainly wouldn't fight for this job. Zheng Tianqing said unhappily, "Master Li Zhao, the people of the Shong family are really idiots. They actually believe that the liar Lin Yi can refine the yin and yang elixir by himself. It's a pity that the yin core fruit and the yang polegrass will be wasted." Li Zhaoyi didn't want to talk to him. She had just scolded the Zheng family so much, but this guy still had the cheek to come up to her. There was no one else who could be so shameless. In fact, Zheng Tianqing had no choice. It was necessary to win over Li Zhaoyi, who played a pivotal role in the Zheng family's control of the alchemy hall. Even if Li Zhaoyi slapped him in the face, he still had to lean over and let her slap him, not to mention that Li Zhaoyi had only scolded them. Shang Yuhua watched Lin Yi leave, but she was still a little nervous. Although she gave the things to Lin Yi so readily, it was absolutely false to say that she was not nervous about Shang Wani's life. Unconsciously, she subconsciously held Wei Shenjin's palm again, as if this could bring her some sense of security. Wei Shenjin felt her uneasiness and comforted her softly. Don't worry, the boss never does things that he is not sure of. As long as he promised, he will definitely do it. Only then did Shang Yuhua find that her palm was holding Wei Shenjin's again. Listening to his whisper in her ear, her heart suddenly calmed down a lot. After a soft hum, she stopped talking. After returning to the room, Lin Yi opened the restriction, took out the Shunnong cauldron, and then entered the formula of the yin and yang elixir. As he expected, the automatic alchemy system did not require a man and a woman. As long as there was the input of genuine qi or divine awareness into the appropriate alchemy fire, the alchemy could be easily completed. After the automatic alchemy system's analysis, the most suitable alchemy script for refining the yin and yang pill was generated. Of the alchemy. Step by step, the alchemy, and the alchemy. In terms of refining time, the yin and yang pill was indeed longer than the spirit-quenching pill or even the mountain-gazing pill. It could be seen that the difficulty of refining this kind of elixir was indeed higher, but it did not matter. Anyway, he could succeed. After Lin Yi opened the Shunnong cauldron, he got 2 yin and yang elixirs, which was a surprise. The automatic alchemy system had expected only 1. After all, there was only 1 set of materials. At most, there would be a little more leftover materials. He did not expect that the leftover materials could also be used to refine a yin and yang pill. Moreover, these 2 yin and yang pills were of the best quality. If they were auctioned, the starting price would be at least 100,000 spirit jades. After packing up his things, Lin Yi opened the door and went to the deck. Most of the onlookers had left. After all, the life and death of Shang Wani was not worth staying in the same place to wait for the result. Only the relevant people were still there. For example, the Zheng family wanted to see Lin Yi make a fool of himself, and Li Zhaoyi also wanted to teach him a lesson. Hence, when Lin Yi appeared on the deck, Zheng Tianqing didn't even wait for him to speak before he laughed out loud and mocked, "Look, Master Lin is here." He actually used more than 4 hours to make the pill useless. I wonder how he's going to wake Vice President Shang up. Could it be that he's going to use those dregs? He can save people with dregs. Master Lin's alchemy is really amazing. Zheng Dongsheng also sneered, "Ignorant child, do you think that you can refine all the elixirs just because you can refine a few difficult elixirs? Miss Shang, you'd better prepare for your father's funeral. The difficulty of refining the yin and yang pill is extremely high. It may not be successful even in 24 hours. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He came out so soon. Needless to say, he must have failed." Shang Yuhua's face was pale and her body swayed slightly. Wei Shenjin clenched his fists slightly and said softly, "The boss will not let us down. Before the boss speaks, we don't need to pay attention to any gossip." After hearing Wei Shenjin's words, Shang Yuhua took a deep breath, looked at him and nodded hard. At this point, she could only believe that Lin Yi could bring a miracle. Li Zhaoyi also frowned and looked at Lin Yi unhappily, waiting for him to speak. Lin Yi ignored the provocation of the grandfather and grandson of the Zheng family and went straight to Shang Yuhua. He turned his hand and took out a jade bottle, handed it to her and said, "The yin and yang pill is refined. Hurry up and give it to your father." "Impossible!" Zheng Tianqing shouted directly. Did Lin Yi really take out the yin and yang pill? A yin and yang pill that was refined in 4 hours? If he didn't know that Lin Yi was not someone to be trifled with, he would have rushed over and snatched the jade bottle. Li Zhaoyi did not have such scruples. She came directly to Shang Yuhua and said, "Let me see the jade bottle. I want to know if Lin Yi really refined the yin and yang pill." Shang Yuhua, who had just held the jade bottle in her hand, did not have time to thank Lin Yi before she encountered such a situation. She suddenly looked at Lin Yi with some hesitation, not knowing if he would mind. Of course, Shang Yuhua minded very much. She just wanted Shongwani to take the yin and yang pill immediately. Who would be happy to take out such a life-saving thing for others to study? What if there was an accident? At that time, there would be no second alchemy material to refine the yin and yang pill. Lin Yi glanced at Li Zhaoyi lightly and nodded to Shang Yuhua. It was no big deal. Even if Li Zhaoyi made an accident with this elixir, he still had another one with him. There was no need to worry that Shongwani would not have enough yin and yang pill to eat. Seeing Lin Yi nod, Shang Yuhua carefully handed the jade bottle to Li Zhaoyi. Li Zhaoyi opened the jade bottle with a solemn expression. Inside was a black and white elixir like a Tai Chi pattern. There were 3 faint halos around it. It was definitely the yin and yang pill. Chapter 58-38. Zheng Tianqing suddenly looked like a duck that had been strangled by the neck. He stretched his neck and looked over with a flushed face. After a while, he cried, "Master Li Zhao, don't be fooled by this liar. How can the yin and yang pill be refined in such a short time? He must have prepared this yin and yang pill a long time ago, and now he is showing off." Li Zhao suppressed the shock in her heart, then looked at Zheng Tianqing with a cold face and said, "Are you doubting my judgment? Can't I tell whether the pill has just been refined or not?" Zheng Tianqing was suddenly speechless. He was also an alchemist, so he naturally knew that there would be a big difference between a pill that had just been refined and a pill that had been stored for a long time. However, it was too difficult for him to believe that Lin Yi had really refined the yin and yang pill by himself just now. Li Zhao snorted and ignored Zheng Tianqing. She returned the jade bottle to Shang Yuhua and said, "This is indeed the yin and yang pill. Your father can be saved. Hurry up and give it to him." "Thank you, Master Lin." "Thank you, Master Li Zhao." Shang Yuhua hurriedly thanked him, then took the jade bottle and put the yin and yang pill into Shongwani's mouth. The yin and yang pill melted in his mouth and quickly harmonized the water and fire genuine qi in Shongwani's body. In just a dozen breaths, his body stopped twitching, and the situation where half of his body was red and half of his body was pale slowly disappeared. The hot and cold qi gradually blended, and he slowly returned to his normal body temperature. Shang Yuhua was so excited that she covered her mouth and did not dare to make a sound, for fear that it would affect Shongwani's recovery. After a while, Shongwani woke up. Except for a little listlessness, he basically had no other problems. "Father, you finally woke up. You scared me to death." When Shang Yuhua saw Shongwani sitting up, she immediately threw herself into his arms, and the tears that she had been holding back for a long time burst out of her eyes. The people of the Zheng family had quietly left. They were too ashamed to stay. Now there were only the people of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yi, Li Zhao, Hu Guanqi, Cai Zhongyang, and others on the deck. As for the fact that Lin Yi could refine the yin and yang pill, Hu Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang did not find it strange. Seeing that Shongwani had woken up, they did not stay any longer. After whispering to Lin Yi, they went back. "Father, this time, it is all thanks to Master Lin Yi that we can save you. There is also President Cai of the 5 Elements Commerce. Without his yang polegrass, we would not be able to refine the yin and yang pill." Shang Yuhua remembered that she should thank these benefactors. She quickly got up and wanted to tell Shongwani about what had just happened. Shongwani waved his hand and said, "Yuhua, you don't need to say anything. Although I am possessed, I am still conscious. I know what happened here." As he spoke, he stood up and walked in front of Lin Yi. He solemnly cupped his fists and bowed. "Master Lin, it is all thanks to Master Lin that I was able to survive this time. From now on, if you need any help, I, Shongwani, will definitely die for you." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Chamber of Commerce leader, you are too polite. We are friends. How can I sit back and do nothing when a friend is in trouble? Don't mention this again. Otherwise, I, Lin Yi, will not treat you as a friend. Okay, since Master Lin has said so, I will not say anything more." Shongwani laughed and patted his chest hard. "I can't thank you with words. Everything is in my heart." After talking to Lin Yi, Shongwani solemnly thanked Li Zhaoyi. Although she did not directly refine the elixir, after all, she was willing to bet her reputation to refine the elixir for him. Moreover, She was the one who showed the elixir formula of the yin and yang pill to Lin Yi, so she should thank him. However, Li Xiaoyi obviously did not care much about Shongwani's thanks. What she cared about was Lin Yi's alchemy, so she said a few perfunctory words absent-mindedly. She just wanted to ask Lin Yi about it. On one side, Shong Yuhua wiped away the tears on her face and whispered to Wei Shenjin with a sweet smile, "Brother Wei, you are right. Your boss is really a man of his word, and he will never lie." Wei Shenjin whispered proudly, "Of course, my eyesight is very good now. I will never be wrong when I look at people." This implied words made Shong Yuhua blush slightly, and she felt a little sweet in her heart. Then she said in a lower voice, "My eyes are not as good as yours, but I will not lie. What I said just now is true." Wei Shenjin was stunned and said, "What did you say?" Shong Yuhua stretched out her finger angrily and secretly pinched Wei Shenjin's arm. She said, "Do you want me to say it again? Don't even think about it. It's fine if you don't remember." Wei Shenjin suddenly came to his senses, and he was naturally overjoyed. However, in front of her father, he did not dare to have any overly intimate actions. For a while, he also scratched his ears and didn't know what to do. At this time, Shongwani was saying to Lin Yi, "Master Lin, you have worked hard today. When you are free, I will visit you. There are still some things I want to ask Master Lin about my qi deviation this time. President Shong can come at any time. You also need to have a good rest today. I will go back first. Also, if President Shong treats me as a friend, don't call me Master Lin in the future. Just call me Lin Yi." Lin Yi said with a smile. Shongwani seemed to be a good person, and the Universal Chamber of Commerce's influence in Zhongdao was not bad. It was always good to have one more friend. Shongwani laughed and said, "Well, I will call you Brother Lin like President Cai Zhongyang. Brother Lin, don't call me President Shongwani anymore. That is really too formal." Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Brother Shong. When they were chatting, Li Xiaoyi was already a little impatient. Now she said lightly, "President Shong needs to take a good rest. You'd better go back and rest early." Shongwani was a veteran in the business world. As soon as he heard this, he knew that he was a hindrance. After all, he was a person who had helped him before. It was not good for him not to give face. He immediately said goodbye to Lin Yi with a smile and said goodbye to Li Xiaoyi. Seeing that her father was leaving, Shong Yuhua hurriedly whispered to Wei Shenjin, "Let's go to the restaurant for breakfast tomorrow morning." After that, without waiting for Wei Shenjin to answer, she turned around shyly and walked 2 steps quickly, leaving with Shongwani. Chapter 58-39. "Boss, do you want to have breakfast with us?" Wei Shenjin scratched the back of his head and asked with a smile, but Lin Yi guessed that this guy did not want a third wheel to follow him. Without waiting for Lin Yi to answer, Li Xiaoyi had already said to him, "Lin Yi, wait. What's the matter?" Lin Yi thought that he should at least give her some face after seeing her elixir recipe, so his tone was still gentle. In fact, seeing Li Xiaoyi's attitude towards the Zheng family, Lin Yi felt a little more friendly towards her. Although they were not friends, at least this girl was not an enemy. "Did you really refine the yin and yang pill alone, and it's a special quality yin and yang pill?" Although the facts were in front of her, Li Xiaoyi could not help but ask. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a faint smile, "What's so strange about this? You saw it yourself. Do you still need to ask me?" Li Xiaoyi frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "This is impossible. Why is it like this? How can yin and yang pill be refined by one person?" Lin Yi thought that with the automatic alchemy system, there was no elixir that was impossible to refine. Of course, he would not tell this girl these words. There is nothing impossible in this world. You think it's impossible because you haven't found a way to make the impossible possible, Lin Yi said casually and prepared to leave. If she only asked this question, then he really didn't have much to say. Li Xiaoyi's eyes lit up and she repeated in a low voice, "There is nothing impossible in this world. You think it's impossible because you haven't found a way to make the impossible possible." These words sounded ordinary, but the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Li Xiaoyi's gaze towards Lin Yi also changed a little. She only felt that this guy was really unfathomable. "Okay, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Lin Yi waved his hand and beckoned Wei Shenjin to go back. Li Zhaoyi hurriedly stretched out her hand and said, "Wait a minute, Lin Yi, can you teach me your method of refining the yin and yang pill? I can use pill formulas, spirit herbs, and so on to exchange with you." As for spirit jades, Li Zhaoyi didn't mention them at all. She didn't think that an alchemist would lack spirit jades. Only those precious pill recipes and elixirs would arouse his interest. Lin Yi was really interested in Li Zhaoyi's offer. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell her the method of alchemy, so he could only give up regretfully. "I'm sorry, but my method is only suitable for myself. No one else can replicate it." Lin Yi shook his head. This was indeed the truth. "So you don't have to worry. No matter what you take out, I can't teach you." A trace of disappointment appeared on Li Zhaoyi's face. She then asked, "Lin Yi, can you tell me who your master is?" Lin Yi thought to himself, this weird girl really doesn't take the normal path. This kind of thing is usually someone else's privacy, right? Even if you want to ask, at least be tactful. How can you ask so straightforwardly? "Can you tell me?" Li Zhaoyi asked again, her eyes full of expectation. Lin Yi shook his head and chuckled. "Shangguan Tianhua." Li Zhaoyi was obviously stunned, and then frowned slightly. "That's not right. Shangguan Tianhua shouldn't know alchemy, right? How could he teach an alchemy master like you? You don't really believe it, do you?" Lin Yi was speechless as well. This was obviously bullshit, and yet this girl didn't even suspect a thing. She was even seriously considering how Shangguan Tianhua had taught Lin Yi how to concoct pills. Lin Yi was truly defeated by her. After this period of interaction, Lin Yi could tell that Li Zhaoyi was a little girl who didn't know much about the world. She was pure and kind, but because she didn't interact much with people, she was lacking in the ways of the world. She wasn't a bad person. Thinking that if Li Zhaoyi didn't get the right answer, she would probably come back and bother him again. Lin Yi didn't want to trouble her any further, so he might as well just tell her the truth. "Come here, I'll tell you a secret." Lin Yi waved at Li Zhaoyi, and when she got closer, he whispered, "Actually, you know my master as well. He's the head of your alchemy hall, Zhongliju." "Ah!" Li Zhaoyi straightened up and looked at Lin Yi with an adorable face. She opened her mouth and asked after a while, "Really?" Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Guess." He didn't wait for Li Zhaoyi to say anything else and brought Wei Shenjin back. Zheng Tianqing, who was hiding and watching from afar, gritted his teeth. Lin Yi had almost put his mouth on Li Zhaoyi's ear. He'd been trying to please her for a few days, and he hadn't done anything intimate with Li Zhaoyi. What right did Lin Yi have to do that? Li Zhaoyi was still in a daze. She wanted to guess that Lin Yi was lying, but she felt that it was the truth. Other than Zhongliju, who else in Sky-Class Island had the ability to teach a disciple like Lin Yi? Wei Shenjin was very excited the whole way, and Lin Yi didn't bother with him. He sent him back to his room to sleep and went back to his own room. These 2 days, Lin Yi had been concocting elixirs, but now he didn't want to continue concocting elixirs. Instead, he wanted to train. When he leveled up before, he almost broke through to Mystic Ascension full circle, but in the end, he stopped at the peak of Mystic Ascension late stage, so Lin Yi wanted to try and see if he could find an opportunity to break through. After knowing that spiritual sense grassroot, spiritual sense fruit, and so on had a limit, Lin Yi had already given up on the idea of using spiritual sense to level up. Even if he wanted to use it, he could only do so after he entered the mountain opening stage. After entering the space of the Jade Pendant, Lin Yi began to use the heaven-stealing fortune battle art to train. The ghost was still in closed-door training, and no one would disturb him. It was the best time to train. However, Lin Yi estimated that he would not have a chance to enter the Mystic Ascension full circle in a short time. His current training was more about consolidating his previous improvements, and when the opportunity to advance appeared, he would be able to succeed in one fell swoop. The time spent in cultivation passed very quickly. After Lin Yi ran a few big circles, it was already noon. He didn't know how Wei Shenjin and Shang Yuhua ate breakfast. Maybe they would eat lunch or even dinner. After leaving the space of the Jade Pendant, Lin Yi's spiritual sense passed through the door restriction and found that Shang Wani was standing alone at the door. He didn't know how long he had been waiting. Lin Yi quickly opened the restriction and invited Shang Wani in. Brother Lin, sorry to disturb you. Shang Wani saw Lin Yi open the door, and immediately smiled and cupped his fists. Did I disturb you? Chapter 58-40. Shang Wani replied politely and followed Lin Yi into his room. After he sat down, he immediately took out a green spiritual jade card and placed it on the tea table. Brother Lin, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have survived today. These spiritual jades are not a gift of thanks, they are just a fee for Brother Lin's alchemy. Please don't decline. Although my life isn't worth much, it isn't something that can be bought with just a few spiritual jades. Lin Yi didn't act pretentiously. 500,000 spiritual jades to buy a chance for his alchemy was indeed not low, but compared to the life of Shang Wani, the vice president of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, it wasn't worth mentioning. Shang Wani's meaning was also very clear. Lin Yi had saved his life, and these spiritual jades couldn't make up for it. Moreover, from the future cooperation with Tiandan Pavilion, the profits from a few high-grade alchemy pills would be able to earn back this amount of spiritual jades. Since Shang Wani had already taken it out, if Lin Yi didn't accept it, it would make the relationship between the two seem distant. Therefore, he just nodded indifferently, casually thanked Shang Wani, and put away the spiritual jade card. Shang Wani's face revealed a happy expression. After chatting with Lin Yi for a while, he solemnly said, Brother Lin, the main reason I came here today is to talk to you about my qi deviation. Lin Yi nodded and said, Brother Shang, do you feel that your qi deviation this time is a bit sudden, so you feel strange? Yes, that's right. Shang Wani looked at Lin Yi with some surprise and said, Brother Lin, could it be that you already found something wrong with me? That's not it. Lin Yi shook his head, thought for a while and said, I feel that Brother Shang's cultivation with your fire and water dual spiritual root is no longer in the dangerous period at the beginning. Generally, this kind of cultivation is the easiest in the early stage, but at your current stage, it is extremely stable and safe. If it isn't for breaking through the bottleneck of a big level, there basically won't be any danger. Shang Wani nodded in realization and said, Brother Lin, you're really insightful. My current strength is indeed still very far from breaking through the bottleneck of a major realm, so it's not very likely for me to go berserk. I didn't think of this. Brother Shang, are you saying that something abnormal happened to your body before you succumbed to qi deviation, so you're guessing that the crisis this time wasn't spontaneous? After listening to Shang Wani's words, Lin Yi had this speculation. Actually, it was very easy to come to this conclusion. That's right, and I suspect that I was poisoned. Shang Wani's face suddenly darkened. He was also one of the important figures of Middle Island. If this could be confirmed, then his revenge would definitely not have the slightest mercy. This time, I had just started cultivating, and my true qi had only circulated less than 1/3 of the cycle. Suddenly, a strange kind of true qi appeared in my dantian and directly rushed into my true qi, breaking the original balance of the water and fire attributes. Although I tried my best to control it, I still couldn't stop this strange true qi. In the end, I could only barely maintain my consciousness when I was qi deviation. Lin Yi's face also became solemn. When he checked with his divine sense, he didn't find any signs of poisoning, but Shang Wani obviously wouldn't make a mistake. In other words, if that kind of poison really existed, it must be very well hidden and extremely difficult to be discovered. To be honest, when Lin Yi heard Shang Wani said that he was poisoned, the first thought that came to his mind was that Zheng Tianqing did it. However, Shang Wani and Zheng Tianqing didn't seem to have any grudges, so why did he do it to Shang Wani? Although he couldn't find the exact evidence and reason for it, Lin Yi still had some confidence in his intuition. Not to mention anything else, after Shang Wani went qi deviation, Zheng Dongsheng and Zheng Tianqing's behavior was somewhat unusual. At that time, he had a very strange feeling. Therefore, when Shang Wani was poisoned, the Zheng family was the #1 suspect. Brother Shang, who did you have a grudge with recently, and who did you come into contact with before you were poisoned? Lin Yi's thoughts were not very clear, so he could only ask Shang Wani first to see if there were any clues. Shang Wani shook his head and said, Brother Lin, you also know that we do business, and harmony brings wealth. How can we have a grudge with others? Even if there are a few competitors, everyone is competing fairly. There is no need to secretly poison others, right? As for the people that I came into contact with before I was poisoned, there are too many of them. As I said, we do business, and we have to be on good terms with everyone. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was really meaningless to say these things. However, he now remembered that Zheng Tianqing had been urging Shongwani to refine the yin and yang pill. Could it be that this fool wanted to pursue Li Zhaoyi, so he deliberately framed Shongwani to create this opportunity? Now that he thought about it, there was some truth to what he said. At the same time, Tong Wulsuo slightly disguised himself and carefully avoided possible attention. He entered the room where Zheng Dongjue was. If possible, he did not want to meet with the Zheng family on the ship, but Zheng Dongjue had asked him to come through the agreed secret signal, so he had to come. As soon as he entered the room, Zheng Tianqing stood up, pointed at Tong Wulsuo, and shouted, "Didn't you say that you would definitely help me get Li Zhaoyi this time? What happened in the end? You actually helped that bastard Lin Yi. Tell me, are you a spy sent by Lin Yi?" "Tianqing, don't be rude," Zheng Dongsheng scolded faintly, but there was not much severity in it. Obviously, he was just putting on a show. Tong Wulsuo bowed his head to the three people, but there was a trace of undetectable disdain in his eyes. A person like Zheng Tianqing, if not for his good family background, was really not worthy of his attention. "I'm sorry, this time I miscalculated," Tong Wulsuo said calmly, but in his heart, he did not think that his plan had failed. Helping Zheng Tianqing get Li Zhaoyi was just a small matter in this plan. Tong Wulsuo only needed to achieve his real goal. Zheng Dongjue glanced at Zheng Tianqing faintly and said, "Tianqing, Tong Wulsuo has done a very good job, but he failed at the last step. It can only be said that the little girl Li Zhaoyi is too stubborn and unwilling to cooperate with you. This is not something we can control." "Second Grandpa, do you mean that I, Zheng Tianqing, am completely ignored by Li Zhaoyi? Am I really so bad?" Zheng Tianqing said with a face full of anger. He was a genius from Dongju. Who could compare with him in Middle Island? Chapter 58-41. Zheng Dongsheng became a little more strict and said in a low voice, "Tianqing, how can you talk to your second grandfather like that? Sit down obediently." Zheng Tianqing really didn't have the guts to refute his grandfather. He could only snort and turn back to sit on the chair, but his eyes were still staring fiercely at Tong Wulsuo. Zheng Dongjue smiled at Tong Wulsuo and said, "Wulsuo, you don't have to care about Tianqing. He's a young man after all, it's normal for him to be a little angry. Now tell us, what are your plans and arrangements?" Tong Wulsuo bowed and cupped his fists, respectfully saying, "Vice Hall Master's words are too serious. We will continue to act according to our plan. Since Cai Zhongyang has already fallen for our trap and took out the young polegrass, then when we reach the northernmost island, he will be in for a good time. Compared to the reputation of the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce, what is a vice president? It will be easy to get him off the stage. Without this position, his support for Lin Yi will be almost zero." Zheng Dongjue nodded and said, "Cai Zhongyang is indeed not a concern, but it's a pity that your brilliant plan of killing 3 birds with 1 stone ended up with nothing." Speaking up to here, Zheng Dongjue glanced at Zheng Tianqing intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to see if he could understand. In the beginning, only Zheng Dongjue and Zheng Dongsheng knew all the details of the plan that Tong Wulsuo secretly sent, and Zheng Tianqing was only involved as an executor. Of course, he always thought that the whole thing was just for him to quickly and smoothly get Li Zhaoyi. Now, after hearing Tong Wulsuo and Zheng Dongjue's words, Zheng Tianqing was slightly stunned. After all, he was not an idiot. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. "Second Grandpa, you mean that this matter is actually not that simple?" Tong Wulsuo despised Zheng Tianqing, but as a subordinate of the Zheng family, he couldn't show it no matter what. He could only respectfully say, "Young Master Qing, this matter is indeed not that simple. If you are interested, this subordinate can explain in detail." Zheng Tianqing looked at his grandfather. Seeing that Zheng Dongsheng didn't say anything, he immediately nodded and said, "Go ahead." First of all, the original target of this plan was Cai Zhongyang. I found out that 5 Elements Commerce had accepted an order from the extreme North Island for that young polegrass, so I wanted to ruin this deal. It just so happens that Shongwani has been very close to Linyi for the past 2 days. Furthermore, he has dual fire and water spiritual roots. As long as we can cause him to go berserk, we will need the yin and yang pill to save him. That way, we will have the opportunity to consume the yang extreme grass. Tong Wulsuo narrated calmly, but he also felt that it was a pity that his plan did not succeed, and the key to the failure was that useless Zhang Tianqing. The so-called killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The first was to get rid of Shongwani, because he was close to Lin Yi and would become an existence like Cai Zhongyang in the future. It was much easier to get rid of him in advance than in the future. With the difficulty of refining the yin and yang pill, even if Li Zhaoyi and Zhang Tianqing worked together, it would be difficult to successfully refine it in 24 hours. If there was no exception like Lin Yi, Shongwani would definitely be dead. Because if Li Zhaoyi really cooperated with Zhang Tianqing, his mind would definitely not be on refining the pill, but would take the opportunity to take down Li Zhaoyi, and it would not take long for the refining of the yin and yang pill to fail. Letting Zhang Tianqing take down Li Zhaoyi was naturally the second bird, and the third and most important Cai Zhongyang was actually the least difficult. For example, now that the most important target, Cai Zhongyang, had been successful, Tong Wulsuo did not feel that the plan was a failure. After listening to Tong Wulsuo's explanation, Zhang Tianqing realized that he had underestimated this unattractive guy. In terms of strength, Tong Wulsuo was not as good as Zhang Tianqing, but in terms of scheming, he was still inferior. However, Zhang Tianqing, a guy who thought he was a genius, would never admit this. Deputy Hall Master, Master Zheng, the matter of Cai Zhongyang will be clear when we reach the northernmost island. Also, Hu Guanqi, according to my investigation, before leaving Middle Island, he should have exchanged for a mountain gazing stone. Although there is no evidence, I guess that it should be Hu Guanqi who exchanged for it for Lin Yi. After talking about Cai Zhongyang, Tong Wulsuo changed the topic to Hu Guanqi. Zheng Dongjue's eyes lit up and said, "You mean that we can use this as an excuse to expel Hu Guanqi from the pill hall?" No, we must confirm that Lin Yi took the mountain gazing stone. Only then can we convict Hu Guanqi. Do you have a way to confirm this? Tong Wulsuo smiled lightly and said, "Deputy Hall Master, Lin Yi is going to the northernmost island for the God-gathering branch. According to my guess, in order to obtain the God-gathering branch, he should be gathering a large amount of spiritual jades. After passing by the northernmost island in 2 days, I heard that there will be a small trade fair on this ancient warship. We can find someone to purchase the mountain gazing stone or mountain gazing pill. We will know if Lin Yi has it." Good. Although it is a simple method, it is very practical. It is decided. Zheng Dongjue laughed and made the decision. He then asked, "Oh right, didn't you say that you want to deal with Okuda Dam and implicate Okuda State? Do you have any ideas in this regard?" Tong Wulsuo shook his head and said, "Not yet. Okuda Dam is the highest authority on this ancient warship. It will not be easy to deal with him. This subordinate thinks that this matter can be postponed. After all, Okuda Dam has the Okuda family behind him. It is safer to take it step by step." Zhang Dongsheng nodded and said, "That is good. You continue to look for opportunities. As long as you can cut off these wings around Lin Yi, it will be much easier to deal with him." Although he said that, Zheng Dongsheng actually wanted to kill Lin Yi immediately. This kid could refine the yin and yang pill alone. If he was allowed to grow, how terrifying would he become? Unfortunately, Tong Wulsuo's plan was the best and safest way to deal with him. Zheng Dongsheng had no other way. Tong Wulsuo respectfully agreed. He did not say that he had some other thoughts in his mind. This was because these people from the Zheng family were people who would not remember much credit even if they succeeded, but if they failed, they would magnify all the responsibility. Therefore, it was better not to let them know about things that he was not sure of or was not sure of. Chapter 58-42. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? The internet provides you with wonderful novels to read. After they set off again, a small trade fair would be held on the ancient battleship. Of course, everyone was free to participate in it. It was just a warm-up for the auction on the extreme North Island. Different from the regular auction, this kind of private trade fair was a private trade fair. One person would take out something he wanted to exchange and explain what he wanted to exchange. If someone was interested, they would make a deal, and then the next person would be replaced. However, Lin Yi didn't care about these for the time being. When he arrived at the North Island, he couldn't wait to go down and have a look. After being away for so long, was everything okay on the North Island? Were his brothers and friends all right? Why was Shanghai Lena suddenly picked up by Ram Jie from the Middle Island and returned to the North Island? This time, before Lin Yi opened the door himself, Wei Shenjin came to call him. Lin Yi had told him before that when they arrived at the North Island, he must go down and remind him to come over and remind him. It was rare for this guy to remember this when he was busy chasing after girls. Boss, we're about to dock at the North Island. We have 1 day and 1 night. Let's go. I can't wait to see your hometown. Wei Shenjin showed a big smile to Lin Yi, who opened the door, and then pulled over Shang Yuhua, who was beside him, and said, Yuhua also wants to go with us. Let's go with you. Shang Yuhua blushed a little and rolled her eyes at Wei Shenjin coquettishly. Then she bowed to Lin Yi and said, Lin, boss, brother Wei, and I will go with you to the North Island to see the world. Lin Yi couldn't help smiling. Shang Yuhua had already followed Wei Shenjin to call him boss. It seemed that they were developing very fast. If it was really Zheng Tianqing who poisoned Shangwani, Lin Yi felt that he should thank that idiot. Otherwise, how could Wei Shenjin and Shangwani develop so smoothly? When we arrive at the North Island, of course, I will be the host. Don't worry and follow me. I will definitely impress you, Lin Yi said with a smile. Then he went out and led them to the deck. When the ancient battleship docked, Lin Yi was the first to leave. As the honorary vice captain, he had this little privilege. Boss, where are we going now? Wei Shenjin ran behind Lin Yi with Shang Yuhua and asked casually. Lin Yi said without looking back, of course, Blue Cloud Pavilion. Come with me. Let's go to see if the place I used to live is still there. When I left for a while last time, there was an idiot who took my house and dared to touch my friend. This time, it should be gone, right? Who is so bold to provoke you, boss? He is so bold. Wei Shenjin sighed. It was estimated that the guy would not have a good end in the end. It was okay for him to take Lin Yi's house. With Lin Yi's temperament, he would not care about it. But if he touched his friend, he was definitely looking for death. After following Lin Yi for so long, Wei Shenjin certainly knew how protective Lin Yi was. He would never allow outsiders to bully anyone who followed him. This was also one of the main reasons why Wei Shenjin was now so loyal to Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled faintly and did not say much. The new player king, Horse Spear, seemed to be a distant memory. If he did not mention it casually, he would probably have forgotten about it. Lin Yi naturally would not waste too much time thinking about this kind of person. His thoughts had already turned to Shanghai Lena. He wanted to go to Blue Cloud Pavilion first and then go to Soaring Pavilion to find Shanghai Lena. Although they had only been separated for a few days, Lin Yi was still very happy to be able to see Lan Er. As he thought about it, he had already extended his divine sense. With the strength of Lin Yi's current divine sense, although it could not cover the entire North Island, it was not a problem to extend it from the port to Blue Cloud Pavilion. To Lin Yi's surprise, there were a lot of people gathered at the entrance of Blue Cloud Pavilion. He basically knew the few people in the middle. Xiao Ran, Qiao Hongcai, and Lu Bianren were his close friends. There were also Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong, 2 old rivals, and another middle-aged man he did not know. Shopkeeper Xu, don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Lin Yi had not arrived yet, but his divine sense could truthfully feed back everything that happened over there. This sentence was said to Xu Lingchong by the middle-aged man he did not know. Xu Lingchong snorted, his face full of arrogance. He looked coldly at Xiao Ran and the other 2, and did not mean to speak. The middle-aged man turned his head and stopped smiling. He said to Xiao Ran coldly, Xiao Ran, you stole something from the Central Chamber of Commerce. Now they have come to find you. What else do you have to say? You have completely disgraced Blue Cloud Pavilion. Quickly admit your guilt and make a good apology. Maybe Blue Cloud Pavilion can still give you a place. Otherwise, go back to where you came from. Lu Bianren said indignantly, eldest senior brother, how can you be so partial to outsiders? You didn't even investigate and directly insisted that it was Xiao Ran who stole it. Could it be that the disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion don't even have this little bit of backbone? The middle-aged eldest senior brother's eyebrows twitched slightly. He did not know whether Lu Bianren was saying that Xiao Ran had no backbone or that he had no backbone. In any case, no matter which one it was, it made him unhappy. Lin Yi secretly felt strange. Why is the eldest senior brother not Jia Mufan? Where did this guy come from? Speaking of which, Lin Yi still had a good impression of Jia Mufan. This eldest senior brother who was in charge of issuing missions had taken care of Lin Yi. Now that he heard that Jia Mufan's eldest senior brother position had been taken away, it was inevitable for him to feel a little sad. The problem was that Jia Mufan was no longer the eldest senior brother in charge of the inner sect. Why didn't Lu Bianren get the position? What did this guy who came out of nowhere rely on? Xu Lingchong glanced at Lu Bianren disdainfully and said, our Central Chamber of Commerce's selfie cameras have a unique serial number. The serial number on your camera is the one that our Central Chamber of Commerce lost. Take a look if you don't believe me. He extended his finger and pointed at the serial number on the selfie camera. Then, Meng Tong took out a printed book. After flipping it open, he pointed at an underlined serial number and read it out. Then, he compared it. Sure enough, the two sets of serial numbers were exactly the same. Moreover, this set of serial numbers was continuous with the serial numbers on the front and back of the book. It looked like it really belonged to the Central Chamber of Commerce. After seeing it, Xiao Ran was speechless. He did not know how to explain it. Chapter 58-43. Genius 1 second remember love go away. TalkNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Qiao Hongcai was furious. He had been holding it in for a long time and was about to explode. Fortunately, he was pulled back by Xiao Ran and advised in a low voice, Junior brother Qiao, don't be impulsive. You won't be able to help. Hurry up and inform senior brother Ku, let him think of a way. Lu Bianren smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He didn't know what to do. Asking for trouble was also the same. Xiao Ran was just trying to divert Qiao Hongcai's attention. The few of them could be considered to be gentlemen, and as the saying goes, a gentleman can be deceived with methods. Xu Lingchong and the others had precisely calculated that they were comparatively weaker in this aspect, and that was why they were so confident and in the right. If it was a slightly more shameless person, not to mention that he didn't steal anything, even if he really did steal something, he would still be able to completely deny it, causing them to be helpless. The middle-aged big senior brother sneered and said, are you counting on the Welcome Pavilion's trouble to save you? Then you're thinking too highly of him. If he had this ability, would he still be a trouble? Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong laughed evilly. The surrounding disciples were angry but didn't dare to say anything. However, there were also not many who agreed with them. The middle-aged big senior brother turned his head and said to Xu Lingchong with a face full of smiles, Shopkeeper Xu, I'm really sorry about this matter. Blue Cloud Pavilion has such a shameful thing. It's also caused you trouble. Come, please take him away. Today, I'll clean up the sect. Xiao Ran sneered and said, it's really shameful to have someone like you as the inner disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion's big senior brother. If my boss was here, how could a clown like you have the chance to jump around? Meng Tong snorted coldly and reached out to grab Xiao Ran. At this moment, a voice that hadn't been heard for a long time came from outside the crowd. What's going on? Are you blocking the door? Is entry and exit prohibited today? Xiao Ran, Qiao Hongcai, and Lu Bianren's eyes lit up. They had just mentioned Lin Yi, and Lin Yi was already here? Did it have to be so magical? As for Meng Tong, who was reaching out to grab Xiao Ran, his palm also paused in midair before he slowly retracted it. Senior brother Lin is back. The disciples at the periphery immediately cried out in surprise when they saw who it was. In Blue Cloud Pavilion, Lin Yi was definitely a legendary figure. Those who didn't know about Lin Yi were probably the new disciples who had joined in the past 2 years. However, no matter where they went, they would hear about Lin Yi's legend. Therefore, They had subconsciously become loyal fans of Lin Yi. When they heard someone call him Senior Brother Lin, they immediately knew who it was. Shu Lingchong's expression was somewhat ugly. He also didn't expect that Lin Yi would suddenly appear at this place. However, he immediately understood that Lin Yi had probably returned by an ancient warship. It was really a miscalculation, boss. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai were extremely surprised. They no longer paid attention to Shu Lingchong and the others. They broke through the encirclement and walked towards Lin Yi. Shu Lingchong and Meng Tong didn't stop them because of Lin Yi's sudden appearance. Long time no see. Are all of you all right? Lin Yi smiled and greeted them. Then, he cupped his fists towards Lu Bianren and said, Senior Brother Lu, thank you for taking care of my brothers when I wasn't around. Lu Bianren cupped his fists and said with a bitter smile, Junior Brother Lin is too serious. It's good that you were able to return. My strength is low and I couldn't help much. Senior Brother Lu has already helped. Lin Yi waved his hand and said solemnly, if it wasn't for Senior Brother Lu's care, I'm afraid that these brothers of mine would have been trampled on by others. Xiao Ran lowered his head and said in shame, Boss, we're useless. We've embarrassed you. Today's matter was deliberately caused by them. Shu Lingchong and Meng Tong wanted to target me. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, I know what happened just now. Tell me, where did you get your things? If it was bought from the Central Chamber of Commerce, it was estimated that Shu Lingchong would not come to find trouble so blatantly. There must be something fishy about it. Xiao Ran said in a low voice, the Central Chamber of Commerce is too expensive. I bought it from a disciple of Soaring Pavilion. He specializes in selling some things from the secular world. It is said that he has a way in the Central Chamber of Commerce and can get goods at a low price. Many disciples of the 3 pavilions in the North Island like to buy high-tech products from him. Lin Yi snorted coldly. The disciple of Soaring Pavilion could get goods at a low price. Naturally, he had the background of the Central Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Ran buying things from such a person was simply giving people a handle. If Shu Lingchong and the others wanted to find trouble, they could come at any time. Perhaps this was a plan to target Lin Yi's underlings. If no one fell for it, they'd just be getting rid of a batch of products from the common world at a low price. Compared to the cost price, the low price here was already a huge profit, and it wouldn't be a loss to the merchant group at all. If someone fell for it, like Xiao Ran, Shu Lingchong and the others would be able to come looking for trouble openly. You're from the secular world. It's not like you haven't seen these things. What's more, you're a man. What's the use of this kind of camera? Do you want to take selfies and refresh your circle of friends? Lin Yi reprimanded in a low voice. He could scold his people, but he would never tolerate Shu Lingchong and the others to bully them. He had to get revenge immediately. Xiao Ran's face turned red from Lin Yi's words, but he didn't refute it. He really didn't know what to say. Xiao Hongcai, who was at the side, came over and whispered to Lin Yi, Boss, Xiao Ran didn't want this camera for himself. He fell in love with a female disciple of Soaring Pavilion. Recently, he has been pursuing her. I heard that the junior sister is very fond of technological products. It just so happens that it's her birthday soon, so this guy wants to buy a camera for her as a birthday present. Lin Yi suddenly understood. It turned out that this brat Xiao Ran had also begun to understand. He wanted to pursue a girl. This was something that needed encouragement. When Wei Shenjin and Shong Yuhua, who were behind Lin Yi, heard these words, they also looked at each other and smiled. They had a better impression of Xiao Ran, whom they had just met for the first time. People who had just fallen in love always hoped that everyone around them could be as happy as they were. Shu Lingchong walked over with Meng Tong and the middle-aged senior brother. He sneered and said, Lin Yi, you're not dead yet. But it doesn't matter whether you're dead or not. Now that you're caught red-handed, you have to go with me. Otherwise, I'll represent the Central Chamber of Commerce to sue you to the 3 pavilions of the North Island. If you're smart, stand aside. I'll deal with you later. Chapter 58-44. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. To provide you with wonderful novels to read. After getting rid of Xiao Ran and installing his own men as the second senior brother in charge of the Blue Cloud Pavilion's outer sanctum, His next target might be Lu Bianren or Bitter Guy. After understanding these twists and turns, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't let Shu Lingchong go just like that. He immediately laughed mockingly and said, "If you want to settle the score with me, why wait until we turn back? Let's properly calculate it now. You owe me, and I should collect some interest." Shu Lingchong laughed and said, "You pretentious head, you really don't forget to pretentious no matter where you go. Do you think that after leaving for 2 years, you still have the final say here? Fine, today I'll see how you're going to collect interest from this young master." Meng Tong smiled sinisterly and said, "Lin Yi, let's not talk about other things first. Xiao Ran stole the Central Chamber of Commerce's goods, and now he's caught with the stolen goods. If you don't hand him over to us, perhaps the people from the Law Enforcement Hall will be happy to come and take him away." "Caught with the stolen goods? Are you joking?" Lin Yi snorted and stretched out his finger to point at the printed booklet in Meng Tong's hand and said, "This kind of thing, as long as you have a computer and a printer, you can have as many as you want. You know the serial number of Xiao Ran's camera, so you can say that this camera is yours. I also know that one of you is called Shu Lingchong and the other is called Meng Tong. Could it be that the two of you are spiritual beasts that I've raised?" Shu Lingchong said angrily, "Lin Yi, stop twisting words and distorting the truth. How can knowing the name and knowing the serial number be the same thing?" Lin Yi spread out his hands and looked at Shu Lingchong and said, "Why don't you tell me what's different about it?" Shu Lingchong suddenly became sluggish. He was usually very quick-witted, but when it came to Lin Yi, he became hot-headed and actually choked. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't think of how to answer. The middle-aged eldest senior brother shouted, "How dare you? Lin Yi, don't pester endlessly here. You're throwing away the face of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Hurry up and move to the side, otherwise, you will be punished according to the sect rules." Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at this guy and lightly said, "Who the hell are you? Could it be that you're not afraid that I'll take you as my spiritual beast just because I don't know your name?" The middle-aged eldest senior brother almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought to himself, "When did I ever fear you taking me in as a spiritual beast? Do you think I'm afraid of you? No. You're the spirit beast." This fellow was also a little muddle-headed from anger. In his heart, he still hadn't figured out which point in Lin Yi's words he was angry about. Shu Lingchong was so angry that he laughed and said, "Lin Yi, don't be too arrogant. Do you think I'll be afraid of you now? To tell you the truth, this is the entrance of Blue Cloud Pavilion, so I don't want to bother with you. But if you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you anytime. I don't believe that when this young master is in the right, Blue Cloud Pavilion will still stand up for you." Meng Tong also sneered and said, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him. Who asked him to hinder us from catching the thief?" The strength of these two guys had already reached the great perfection of nascent soul stage. It could even be said that they were half a step into the profound ascension stage. They only needed to wait for the center to develop a stable profound ascension stage potion, then they would be able to improve immediately. Therefore, when facing Lin Yi, Shu Lingchong and Meng Tong could be said to be very confident. In their minds, no matter how strong Lin Yi was, it was impossible for him to improve faster than them. What's more, when the two of them joined forces, an ordinary early-stage profound ascension stage cultivator or even a peak early-stage profound ascension stage cultivator might not be their opponent. What else did they have to worry about? Xiao Ran couldn't help but interject, "Do you really think you're so awesome? Don't you know that if you're not careful, you'll become an idiot?" Shu Lingchong was too lazy to care about Xiao Ran now. In his eyes, only Lin Yi was his opponent. Xiao Ran? When Lin Yi hadn't returned, he could still pass the time. Since Lin Yi was back, this kind of small character was nothing. Meng Tong and Shu Lingchong were now telepathic. They immediately gave a look to the middle-aged big senior brother on the side, signaling him to take down Xiao Ran. The middle-aged big senior brother immediately understood and took a step forward. "Xiao Ran, I'm now using my identity as the big senior brother in charge of the inner sect to order you to surrender immediately and go with shopkeeper Shu to the Central Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with the investigation. If you disobey again, I will report to the Pavilion Master and you will be directly expelled from Blue Cloud Pavilion." So impressive, Blue Cloud Pavilion is opened by your family. You can expel people just because you say so. Lin Yi glanced at him disdainfully, then turned to Shu Lingchong and said, "You rely on this kind of idiocy to deal with my brother. Sure enough, birds of a feather flock together, you're all jackals of the same tribe." Shu Lingchong snickered coldly and said to the middle-aged eldest Senior Apprentice Brother Wang, "It seems like your Clear Cloud Pavilion's people are not very obedient. Why don't you stay out of this and let us handle this matter ourselves?" Senior Brother Wang said angrily, "Lin Yi, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? Do you know who you are? You're just a has-been newcomer king and you think you can do whatever you want in Blue Cloud Pavilion? Hurry up and scram to the side, there's no place for you to speak here." Lin Yi smiled slightly, then glared at him and said, "Who do you think you are? I already said I don't know you, why are you still blindly interfering here? Even if you want to play dirty, you shouldn't play like this." Senior Brother Wang was immediately angry, but he was still thinking that he didn't use his sword, so what did Lin Yi mean? Could it be some kind of secret code? Seeing that the one surnamed Wang didn't say anything else, Lin Yi turned his head and said to Shu Lingchong, "All right, what exactly is going on? All of us are clear in our hearts. I just came back and can't be bothered to waste time with you. Hurry up and scram, lest you guys blame me for not warning you when you're unlucky. Ayo, pretentious boss, your pretentious act is indeed first-rate, you really nearly scared me. Too bad this young master isn't someone who grows up being scared. Today's matter isn't over." Shu Lingchong thought that he definitely had Lin Yi in the bag, so he said with a cold smile while thinking about how to incite that Senior Brother Wang to make a move to deal with Lin Yi, and then he would sit back and reap the benefits. "You must be looking for a beating, I can't do anything about it either." Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression, then pointed at Shu Lingchong and said, "All right then, you stole my medicinal pills, don't you have to give me an explanation today?" Shu Lingchong was stunned, then burst into laughter. "Lin Yi, are you at your wits' end here? Originally, I thought that you were just pestering endlessly. I didn't think that you even know how to make irresponsible remarks. This young master, the dignified Central Chamber of Commerce's shopkeeper, would steal your medicinal pills?" Chapter 58-45. Genius 1 second remember love go away. To provide you with wonderful novels to read. Shu Lingchong naturally didn't believe it, but he still subconsciously reached out his hand to touch it. Then, his expression froze. This cloth bag was originally used to store some spirit jade cards and some spirit jade fragments, and there was nothing else inside. But now that he touched it, there was actually a medicinal pill inside. What the hell? Of course not. Shu Lingchong wasn't an idiot. How could he not know that this was Lin Yi's doing? The only thing that chilled his heart was how exactly did Lin Yi do it. He didn't even notice it in the slightest. If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that if Lin Yi wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have noticed it at all? What, you don't dare to take it out to sea? Isn't this considered as catching the culprit red-handed? Lin Yi looked at Shu Lingchong with a smile that wasn't a smile. He wasn't worried that Shu Lingchong would secretly destroy the medicinal pill. Shu Lingchong said with a gloomy face, "You're framing me. Anyone with discerning eyes can see what you've done." Lin Yi shrugged and didn't have any intention of denying it. Likewise. I only used your methods on yourself, so we have a tacit understanding. I'll give you the medicinal pill, and this matter is considered even. Now, can you get lost?" Shu Lingchong took out the medicinal pill and almost vomited blood when he saw it. This was just King first grade yellow level small rejuvenation pill. On the heavenly stage island, even dogs wouldn't eat it if it was thrown out. This bastard Lin Yi actually said that he stole this kind of thing? Didn't that mean that he was even inferior to a dog? Lin Yi, that's enough. Would this young master steal for such a trash small rejuvenation pill? Even if you want to frame me, at least put in some capital, right? You want to exchange my camera for a small rejuvenation pill? Stop joking. Shu Lingchong screamed angrily. He didn't know if it was because Lin Yi wanted to use medicinal pills to settle this matter, or because the medicinal pill that Lin Yi took out was only a small rejuvenation pill. Lin Yi's face darkened as he said, "Shu Lingchong, don't be ungrateful when I give you face. I just came back this time, and I'm in a good mood, so I don't want to hit you. If you continue to be so ungrateful, don't blame me for being impolite. Shu Lingchong sneered in his heart. Who's afraid of who? However, now that he had a ready-made spear user, he naturally didn't need to do it himself. Senior Brother Wang, not only are you people from Blue Cloud Pavilion disobedient, but you also want to beat up the manager of the Central Chamber of Commerce in front of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. How impressive. Looks like the day when Blue Cloud Pavilion replaces the Soaring Sky Pavilion isn't far. Shu Lingchong swept away his previous angry expression and said to Senior Brother Wang in a neutral tone. Lin Yi admired this guy a little. He didn't expect his face-changing skills to be so good. It was a pity that he didn't go to the secular world to be an actor. Senior Brother Wang had long been unhappy with Lin Yi. Hearing Shu Lingchong's words, he once again took a step forward. His body trembled slightly, and he revealed all of his aura. He was actually an expert at the early stage of the profound ascension stage. Lin Yi was also taken aback. It wasn't that this guy's strength had any effect on him, but he didn't expect that a senior brother in charge of the Blue Cloud Pavilion would actually have the cultivation of the profound ascension stage. In Middle Island, this kind of strength was already enough to hold the position of Vice Island Master. Xiao Ran, Qiao Hongcai, and the others' faces all changed. They all knew that Senior Brother Wang was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be strong to such an extent. The early stage of the profound ascension stage was indeed beyond their imagination. Senior Brother Wang grinned and said, Lin Yi, you idiot who likes to act cool, continue acting. I want to see how you can continue acting. I told you to scram just now, but you didn't. Even if you want to scram now, it's too late. Lin Yi put away the surprised expression on his face. Of course, in their eyes, it was an expression of fear, but it didn't matter. Anyway, it was clear who would be scared below. Love Go Small say neck. This is the last warning. Don't challenge my patience. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Lin Yi said calmly, but in the eyes of Shu Lingchong and the others, it was obvious that he had a guilty conscience. Ha 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 ha, the pretentious leader is still continuing to act. As expected of the pretentious leader, Senior Brother Wang, I think it's better if you don't challenge people's patience. Otherwise, such a perfect performance will be greatly discounted. Shu Lingchong said with a strange smile. On one hand, he was mocking Lin Yi, and on the other hand, he was adding fuel to the fire in Senior Brother Wang's heart. Sure enough, Senior Brother Wang coldly snorted and said, I really don't believe it today. Challenge your patience. I will let you see the stars in the sky. Before his voice fell, Senior Brother Wang's aura was raised to the limit. With a wave of his palm, a powerful chi that could topple mountains and overturn the seas rushed towards Lin Yi. However, even though he made a move, he still felt that something was wrong, as if he had overlooked something. Without waiting for Senior Brother Wang to understand, his attack had already arrived in front of Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi did not have the slightest intention of dodging, and looking at his appearance, there was no expression of fear. Facing the attack of the early stage profound ascension, Lin Yi just waved his hand, as if he was chasing away an insignificant fly. Then, Senior Brother Wang felt that his attack was like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no longer the slightest connection. How is this possible? Senior Brother Wang cried out involuntarily. Then, he suddenly understood what was going on with that uneasy feeling just now. Under the pressure of his early stage profound ascension aura, Lin Yi did not make any movements to resist, but he was not affected at all. Not only Lin Yi, but even Xiao Ran, Qiao Hongcai, and the other disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion behind him were the same. It was as if the pressure of the early stage profound ascension aura was just a breeze blowing on his face. Could a person who was inferior to him do this? Could a person who had the same strength as him do this? It couldn't be. Therefore, the strength of this bastard Lin Yi far exceeded him, and he actually only understood at this time. Too late, everything was too late. When Wang Shixiang came back to his senses, Lin Yi had already made his move. He didn't do it too bloody, he just used the murderous aura of the 5 elements to invade this idiot's body, completely destroying his Dantian's qi and all the meridians in his body. From now on, this great master of the early stage of mystic ascension would be worse than an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. To be honest, this kind of result, for a cultivator, was simply worse than death. Lin Yi also hated this fellow surnamed Wang for betraying him. Together with Xu Lingchong, they went against his fellow disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion, and they were all his brothers and friends, so he did not show any mercy. Chapter 58-46. And the Blue Cloud Pavilion's inner sect steward eldest senior brother was only a profound ascension early-stage cultivator. Hissing sounds of people sucking in a breath of cold air filled the air. Looking at senior brother Wang's limp body on the ground, everyone felt a chill crawling up their spines. The Clear Cloud Pavilion's legend, the strongest newcomer king in history, was really not a boast. Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently, turned to Lu Bianren and said, "Senior brother Lu, I was wondering why you couldn't become the inner sect steward eldest senior brother. It turns out that there is such a fool in the way. This time, you can't run away from this eldest senior brother." Lu Bianren still had a shocked look on his face. His mouth opened and closed a few times, but he didn't know how to express the thoughts in his heart. In fact, he also didn't know what he was thinking now. He was really frightened by Lin Yi's strength. Profound ascension late-stage peak. That's right, the moment Lin Yi made his move, his momentum revealed his strength. Under normal circumstances, Lu Bianren may not be able to see his true strength, but when he made his move, he could still feel it. Xu Lingchong's back was covered in cold sweat. He thought that he and Meng Tong could definitely take care of Lin Yi. Who knew that it was not the case at all? An expert at the peak of the profound ascension late stage, the two of them together were just going to be sent up as snacks. What was there to take care of? Lin Yi, this pretentious head, was really too scary. At this moment, the psychological shadow of Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong was increasing exponentially. Seeing that Lin Yi was talking to Lu Bianren, Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong looked at each other, lowered their heads at the same time, and wanted to sneak away from the side. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's divine sense had already locked on the two of them. How could he let them leave so easily? Before they could take a second step, Lin Yi had already appeared in front of the two of them in an instant. "What? You're leaving just like that? You didn't even greet us, isn't that a little too rude?" Lin Yi looked at Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong with a smile that wasn't a smile, and the corner of his mouth carried a hint of a sneer. Xu Lingchong laughed and said with some awkwardness, I think what you said just now is very good and very correct. Today's matter should end here. There's really no need to continue. We both know each other very well. Everything can be discussed, right? I don't know if it's right or not. I only know that I gave you a chance just now. Unfortunately, you didn't seem to care. Now you want to leave, heh? Lin Yi said lightly. He reached out and grabbed Xu Lingchong's collar and lifted him up. I care. I was just thinking about it. Now that I've thought it through, please give me another chance. Xu Lingchong's feet left the ground. He immediately shouted with a deathly pale complexion. The surrounding disciples of the Blue Cloud Pavilion felt that their anger had been vented. They were all secretly laughing and pointing at Xu Lingchong. How could Xu Lingchong care about this? Compared to his life, his face wasn't even worth a fart. He was really afraid that Lin Yi would kill him. Even if he didn't kill him, he couldn't be crippled like the one with the surname Wang. Meng Tong quickly took out all the spiritual jade cards on him and handed them to Lin Yi. These are for Xiao Ran to calm down. We won't find trouble with him in the future. Please let us go today. If he was alone, Meng Tong might not lower his head to Lin Yi. But when he saw Xu Lingchong being lifted by Lin Yi in the air, he couldn't bear it. He knew that he couldn't save Xu Lingchong by fighting, so he could only compromise and wait for a chance to take revenge in the future. Lin Yi glanced at the spiritual jade cards that Meng Tong took out. There were 2 yellow ones, 1 orange one, and 3 red ones. There were 280,000 spiritual jades in total. In the North Island, this was definitely a big sum. When Lin Yi first came to the North Island, he spent a lot of effort to hide a piece of waste jade. It was really unbearable to look back on the past. Since it's for you to calm down, you should take it. Lin Yi turned back and said to Xiao Ran. It would be a waste not to take this kind of windfall. Anyway, the spiritual jades in the Central Chamber of Commerce were no different from the wind. If he casually sold some of the junk in the secular world, he would earn more than these spiritual jades. Xiao Ran didn't refuse. He immediately took the spiritual jade card and planned to give it to Lin Yi later. After all, it was Lin Yi who asked for it, so he couldn't really accept it. Can you let him go now? Meng Tong swallowed his anger and asked. Nothing else mattered now. The most important thing was to let Xu Lingchong leave safely. Xu Lingchong looked at Meng Tong excitedly. He felt that he didn't misjudge him. At the critical moment, Meng Tong was more reliable. Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "Let him go." "Wait a minute. I can't give you my elixir for nothing. I have to charge you for the cost." Xu Lingchong was angry at once. The circulation pill that even the dogs on the road wouldn't eat. "You have to charge me for the cost. Don't you have any face?" Lin Yi didn't care about what Xu Lingchong thought in his heart. His empty left hand reached into the cloth bag on Xu Lingchong's waist and took out all the spiritual jade cards. Shopkeeper Xu was Shopkeeper Xu, after all, and he was a lot richer than Meng Tong. There were 4 yellow jade cards alone, and one was even a green one. There was a total of 980,000 spirit jades, and Lin Yi felt that sparing their lives wasn't completely pointless. At the very least, robbing them from time to time was quite interesting. It just so happened that he was short of spiritual jades to go to the extreme North Island. With these spiritual jade cards, plus the ones that Shongwani gave to Lin Yi and himself, even if he didn't sell the soul-tempering pill, he estimated that he could buy some good things. However, if he wanted to bid for the spirit-gathering branch and the soulwood, it might not be enough. Of course, Tian Chan still had a lot of spiritual jades in her spiritual jade card. Poor ghost, it's just this little spiritual jades. Forget it, I'll accept it today. If there's business in the future, I'll patronize you again. Lin Yi put the spiritual jade card that was worth 980,000 spiritual jades into his pocket in disgust. He didn't think that it was strange for the circulation pill to be so expensive. Xu Lingchong wanted to vomit blood. This was 980,000 spiritual jade. It was not 8 spiritual jades. You are robbing me so blatantly, and you say that I'm poor. Do you still have a conscience? Lin Yi certainly had a conscience. Unfortunately, it was not for Xu Lingchong and the others. Therefore, after receiving the money for selling the elixir, Lin Yi threw Xu Lingchong on the ground and beat him up. Chapter 58-47. It had to be said that beating people up like this was quite refreshing. After beating them up, it was simply refreshing. The 2 pig heads on the ground groaned and did not dare to stand up. However, although they looked miserable, in fact, they did not suffer any serious injuries. Basically, they only had some superficial wounds. Lin Yi did not want to kill them here, nor did he intend to cripple them like this. After all, he had just signed a truce agreement with the center. Although Xu Lingchong and the others took the initiative to find trouble, in the end, they had already admitted defeat. If Lin Yi wanted to kill them again, it would be somewhat unreasonable. All right, you two can scram now. Be careful in the future, don't fall into my hands. Also, if you dare to touch my brothers again, there will not be a next time. Do you understand? If you remember, then scram. Lin Yi kicked the 2 fellows, indicating that they did not need to pretend to be dead and quickly get up and scram. Xu Lingchong and Meng Tong did not dare to be negligent. Right now, they only wanted to get far away from this terrifying guy, Lin Yi. Immediately, without saying anything, they suppressed their grievances in their hearts and quickly ran away. When the disciples of the Blue Cloud Pavilion saw this scene, they all felt relieved in their hearts. Suddenly, they burst into cheers, treating Lin Yi and the others as heroes. As for that big senior brother whose cultivation had been crippled, who would still remember such a pile of mud, Lin Yi also expressed his gratitude to these fellow disciples who were very supportive, and then brought them to the place where he used to live. Although Lin Yi did not introduce Xiao Ran and Wei Shenjin to both sides, they communicated very well without any obstacles. They were all Lin Yi's underlings, so there was nothing to hide. Moreover, Wei Shenjin and Shong Yuhua had just fallen in love. They were very enthusiastic about Xiao Ran's pursuit of Soaring Sky Pavilion's junior sister. They even gave him advice, completely forgetting that he had to rely on Lin Yi to bring him to meet Shang Yuhua 2 days ago. Although Lu Bianren was also smiling, there was still some worry between his eyebrows. Lin Yi did not pay attention to those guys' love gossip behind him, but asked Lu Bianren, "Senior brother Lu, you seem a little unhappy?" "It's not that I'm unhappy, I'm just a little worried." Lu Bianren shook his head, looked around, and lowered his voice. "Originally, I wanted to tell junior brother Lin after we return, but since you asked now, I should remind you first. Senior brother Lu, please go ahead." Lin Yi did not seem to care. He guessed that Lu Bianren would probably say that senior brother Wang had a powerful backer, or something like that, but so what? With Lin Yi's current strength, he really did not need to be afraid of anyone in the North Island, not to mention that when it came to backers, Shanghai Tianhua was enough to suppress everyone, right? As Lin Yi expected, Lu Bianren was going to talk about senior brother Wang's backer and backer. "Junior brother Lin, you've been away for too long, so it's not strange that you don't know who this guy surnamed Wang is. This time, you crippled his cultivation, but you were too impulsive. You should know that he just came back from Dongju not long ago, and he's the nephew of our Blue Cloud Pavilion's deputy pavilion master Zhong. At the same time, he's also a distant relative of Elder Shu of Soaring Pavilion. These two alone are already very difficult to deal with." Lin Yi wasn't afraid of these two at all. The North Island was the weakest of the 5 islands, to begin with, and the likes of Clear Cloud Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master and Rising Sky Pavilion's Elder were at most on par with the Middle Island's Vice Pavilion Master. In theory, they shouldn't even be a match for the Middle Island's Vice Pavilion Master. Lin Yi really didn't need to be afraid of people like that, but what Lu Bianren didn't say next really intrigued him. "Senior brother Lu, other than these two, is there anyone else or anything else?" Lu Bianren smiled bitterly. "What's more difficult is that this guy surnamed Wang is a rare master of our Blue Cloud Pavilion. He's the hope of our Blue Cloud Pavilion. If you cripple him like this, it's tantamount to going against the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion. Even if you have a good relationship with Assistant Jiao, Pavilion Master, you may not give him face." Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay, I have a good relationship with Pavilion Master Yu. I'll take full responsibility for this matter." After a slight pause, he asked, "Assistant Jiao is senior brother Jiao Mufan?" "I was just about to ask, why didn't he become the senior brother in charge of the inner sect, but some assistant? Is this assistant position higher than the previous position?" Lin Yi wasn't too familiar with the positions in Clear Cloud Pavilion, but he'd never heard of this assistant position. It probably wasn't some important position, but from Lu Bianren's words, it didn't seem like Jiao Mufan would have any say in this. Lu Bianren showed a helpless expression. "This matter is no longer a matter of good relationship, okay? It's you who killed the hope of Blue Cloud Pavilion. How are you going to handle it all by yourself? Unless you replace that guy surnamed Wang, right? Assistant Jiao is Jiao Mufan. In order to make room for that guy surnamed Wang, he specially set up the position of Pavilion Master Assistant for Jiao Mufan. It sounds good, but it's actually just a high-level errand boy. It's said that this matter was facilitated by Shu Lingchong, and as for this assistant position, it was proposed by Kang Mingming." Lu Bianren said with a bitter smile. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's return, he, the second senior brother in charge, might have become someone's assistant at some point. It's really the work of that idiot Kang Mingming. No wonder Blue Cloud Pavilion would have this secular position of assistant. Lin Yi snorted and asked again, "Senior brother Lu, is our Blue Cloud Pavilion now so lacking in talent? Such a guy who looks like an uncle finally rose to the early stage of profound ascension, and he's the hope of Blue Cloud Pavilion? Then the hope of Blue Cloud Pavilion is really slim." Lu Bianren suddenly coughed a few times. He thought that the guy surnamed Wang did look a bit like an uncle, but he, Lu Bianren, did not look like a young man. He was not even as good as that guy surnamed Wang. How should he put it? But thinking about how young Lin Yi was, he was already at the peak of the late stage of profound ascension. Compared to this kind of abnormal level guy, the guy surnamed Wang who barely advanced to the profound ascension stage at such an old age really couldn't be considered as a star of hope. Then Lu Bianren thought of himself, and he was about to burst into tears. Being with such a monster, his self-confidence would really suffer an inexplicable blow at any time. When Lin Yi heard Lu Bianren's dry cough, He realized that his words seemed to have hit too many people. He quickly changed the topic. What level is senior brother Lu's strength now? Chapter 58-48. Lu Bianren continued to cry, but he also knew that Lin Yi didn't mean it, so he smiled and said, "Now I'm at the peak of the nascent soul stage, but it's a pity that I can't advance to the profound ascension stage in the North Island." To be honest, with Lu Bianren's qualifications, it was already very fast to cultivate to the current level. If he wasn't compared with a monster like Lin Yi, Lu Bianren could also be regarded as a small genius. At my position, I also know some secrets. If I want to advance to the profound ascension stage, I have to go to the East Continent. Junior brother Lin, you have been there, right? Haha, this question is useless. If you haven't been there, how can you advance to the current level? Lu Bianren smiled and shook his head, but there was still some envy in his tone. Speaking of which, the man surnamed Wang came back from the East Continent after you left. It took him several years to advance to the early stage of the profound ascension stage, so you don't know him. If I have the chance to go to the East Continent, I will definitely seize the opportunity. Lu Bianren said with some longing, obviously looking forward to the profound ascension stage. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "Who said that if you want to advance to the profound ascension stage, you have to go to the East Continent? Senior brother Lu, don't worry, even in the North Island, you can also become a master of the profound ascension stage." Lu Bianren was stunned. Really? How come I never knew there was such a thing? Let's go back first. Lin Yi saw that they were about to reach home, so he didn't want to continue to talk in detail. Originally, he wanted to come back and take a look, and then go to the Soaring Sky Pavilion to find Shangguan Lana, but now it seemed that he had to delay it a little, and help Lu Bianren to advance to the profound ascension stage first. Anyway, Lin Yi's divine sense had already found Shangguan Lana, and it seemed that she didn't have anything important to come back in a hurry. It wouldn't be too late to find her after he was done here. The place where Lin Yi lived naturally had a place to practice, and it was protected by restrictions. Originally, if he wanted to advance to the profound ascension stage, it would be better to go to an open place in the wild, because Lin Yi could attract natural thunder and lightning, but it was too conspicuous in the North Island, so it was better to make do in a place with restrictions. Anyway, Lin Yi's self-made thunder tribulation was not weak, it was enough for him to advance. Letting Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai greet Wei Shenjin and Shong Yuhua, Lin Yi took Lu Bianren directly to the place to practice. It was not that he didn't trust the four people, so he didn't let them watch, but he was worried that they would disturb Lu Bianren when he was going through the tribulation, so he simply let the four of them do their own thing. Anyway, there was no experience to learn from the tribulation that Lin Yi made. "Brother Lu, eat this pill, I'll help you advance to the profound ascension stage." Lin Yi took out a Thunder Shen pill and handed it to Lu Bianren, and said calmly to him. Lu Bianren was not a person who didn't know what was good, and at this stage, he was looking for a Thunder Shen pill to advance, so of course he would study more about these things. Thunder Shen pill. Brother Lin, you actually have a Thunder Shen pill. And it's even a special grade pill. Lu Bianren couldn't help but exclaim again and again. Although the Thunder Shen pill was the most precious thing to him, because it was too precious, he was a little embarrassed to accept it. Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently and said, "I refined this myself. The extra Thunder Shen pill is useless to me. Brother Lu, hurry up and eat it." Lu Bianren was stunned. He knew that Lin Yi could refine pills, but he didn't know that Lin Yi's Tao of alchemy was so powerful that he could even refine a Thunder Shen pill of the highest quality. Although he didn't know how Lin Yi was going to help him, since he wanted him to eat the Thunder Shen pill, he didn't ask much and directly swallowed it. Then the Thunder Tribulation began. Using the created Thunder Tribulation to help people advance to the profound ascension stage, Lin Yi could be said to be a piece of cake. Lu Bianren's advancement was naturally daunting, but not dangerous, and very smoothly broke through. At this time, the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud Pavilion were already in an uproar. The sudden fall of a star of hope in the early stage of the profound ascension stage was definitely a big event that could cause a strong earthquake in the Blue Cloud Pavilion. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, led by the pavilion master Yu Zhenyang, gathered in a very short period of time. Even those who were in seclusion were called out one by one. In fact, the elders of the Blue Cloud Pavilion couldn't make any decisions. Attending this kind of meeting was just to make up the numbers. The real important person in the Blue Cloud Pavilion was the Pavilion Master Yu Zhenyang, and the two deputy Pavilion Masters Yarou Lunzhen and Zhong Ziqiang, but Yarou Lunzhen was still missing, so Zhong Ziqiang could almost compete with Yu Zhenyang. The inner sect steward surnamed Wang, who was killed by Lin Yi, was the nephew of the deputy Pavilion Master Zhong Ziqiang. After receiving the news, he immediately found Yu Zhenyang and requested to hold this meeting. It's not that Zhong Ziqiang didn't want to directly find Lin Yi for revenge, the problem was that Lin Yi's strength had already spread, the peak of the profound ascension late stage. And in the Blue Cloud Pavilion, Lin Yi had always appeared with a tough attitude of challenging those of a higher level. Zhong Ziqiang himself didn't have the slightest confidence to deal with Lin Yi, so he could only use this method. Pavilion Master, Lin Yi, this little disciple actually dared to kill the inner sect steward in front of our Blue Cloud Pavilion. This is simply looking down on our Blue Cloud Pavilion. This time, no matter what, we can't let this kind of person go. Otherwise, among the 3 pavilions in the North Island, our Blue Cloud Pavilion will never be able to raise our heads again. If the Pavilion Master feels that it's difficult, or you can directly let the people of the Law Enforcement Hall deal with this matter, Zhong Ziqiang said loudly with a face full of righteous indignation, but no one present was a fool, they all knew what he was doing. Although Jiao Mufan was a senior errand boy, the Pavilion Master's assistant was still qualified to appear on this occasion. When he heard Zhong Ziqiang's words, he immediately cupped his fists to Yu Zhenyang and said, "Pavilion Master, there's a reason for this matter, we can't easily come to a conclusion. I still know Lin Yi, he's not an unreasonable person, so," Zhong Ziqiang interrupted with a sneer, "Assistant Jiao, according to what you said, Lin Yi is not an unreasonable person who can kill our inner sect steward in Blue Cloud Pavilion at will, so if he is unreasonable, can't he just come here and kill all of us? Assistant Jiao, whether it is as a person or as a person, we must maintain fairness. You can't be partial to the murderer just because Lin Yi has a good personal relationship with you." Jiao Mufan suddenly became angry. This damn bastard is obviously the most selfish one, but he actually has the cheek to talk about fairness in such a sincere and heartfelt manner. This is simply shameless. However, with his identity, he really couldn't say anything on this occasion. Just now when he spoke out of desperation, he was already considered to have crossed the line. Chapter 58-49. A genius in a second. Remember to go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Originally, Jiao Mufan's position as the steward's big brother had been replaced, and he'd become the Pavilion Master's assistant. Yu Zhenyang felt a bit guilty, and naturally, he had to support him now. Zhong Ziqiang immediately cupped his fists and said, "Of course not, Pavilion Master. Our Blue Cloud Pavilion can develop to this point all because of Pavilion Master's good leadership. I believe that no matter what happens, Pavilion Master will maintain a fair and just judgment." Yu Zhenyang's face was a little ugly. Although Zhong Ziqiang was praising him, Blue Cloud Pavilion was the weakest of the 3 pavilions on the North Island. If he said that it was all because of his good leadership, didn't it mean that Yu Zhenyang had no contribution to Blue Cloud Pavilion at all? However, Yu Zhenyang, as the Pavilion Master of Blue Cloud Pavilion, certainly could not care about some verbal problems at this time. He still said to Zhong Ziqiang indifferently, "We still haven't come to a conclusion about the ins and outs of this matter. Let's find a few disciples at the scene and ask them first." If it were someone else, even if Yu Zhenyang didn't order the enforcement hall to take action, he would still capture the person and bring him back before doing anything else. But Lin Yi was different. Putting aside his personal importance to Clear Cloud Pavilion, just Shangguan Tianhua's face was something Yu Zhenyang had to consider. Who on the Northern Island didn't know that Lin Yi was a junior that even Shangguan Tianhua valued? Zhong Ziqiang said with slight anger, "Pavilion Master, do you not believe my words? I have investigated this matter clearly. Lin Yi was arrogant and domineering. He killed our Blue Cloud Pavilion's inner core steward in front of so many disciples and shopkeeper Shu of the Central Chamber of Commerce. What else is there to ask? He should have killed him directly." Anger gradually rose in Yu Zhenyang's heart. Even if this Zhong Ziqiang's strength was not weaker than his, it shouldn't be enough to overwhelm him. But now, this Zhong Ziqiang dared to be so overbearing, not putting him, the Clear Cloud Pavilion's Pavilion Lord, in his eyes. Did he really think that he, Yu Zhenyang, was made of clay? Deputy Pavilion Master Zhong, do you have the final say in Blue Cloud Pavilion now? Yu Zhenyang said coldly, emphasizing the word deputy. Zhong Ziqiang's eyes narrowed into slits, then he laughed lightly and said, of course not, everything in the Clear Cloud Pavilion is naturally decided by Pavilion Lord Yu. It's just that our Clear Cloud Pavilion's inner court steward, eldest senior brother, was killed by someone. Moreover, he was an early-stage profound ascension master, the hope of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. If Pavilion Lord Yu did not have any reaction, it would really disappoint the hearts of the disciples. As soon as these words came out, the elders who supported Zhong Ziqiang immediately chimed in. If Yu Zhenyang didn't handle this well, they would probably force him to abdicate. The corners of Yu Zhenyang's mouth curled into a faint sneer. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the elders, causing them to lower their voices one by one. In the end, they all turned their heads away, not daring to make eye contact with him. Zhong Ziqiang's heart trembled slightly. He knew that Yu Zhenyang, as the pavilion master, had accumulated a lot of power. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to shake his position for a while. As for the matter of Lin Yi's murder, since Deputy Pavilion Master Zhong said that there is no need to investigate it, then there is no need to investigate it. However, this matter happened outside the gate of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Strictly speaking, it is no longer within the scope of our Blue Cloud Pavilion. In addition, both sides are disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion, so it can only be regarded as their personal grievances. Although there is some suspicion of violating the sect's rules, it is not good for us to interfere too much, Yu Zhenyang said slowly. His words had already made it clear that he wanted to absolve Lin Yi. Of course, Zhong Ziqiang couldn't agree just like that, and immediately objected. Pavilion Master Yu, isn't it a bit wrong to say that? The gate of Blue Cloud Pavilion, how is it not within the scope of Blue Cloud Pavilion? Even if you say that it is not their fault for fighting in the sect, but it is a fact that Lin Yi killed a profound ascending stage master, even if it was somewhere else. Don't tell me that a profound ascending stage disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion was killed. Can't we take revenge? If that's the case, Blue Cloud Pavilion should close down as soon as possible. Yu Zhenyang looked at Zhong Ziqiang and suddenly smiled. Deputy Pavilion Master Zhong, Lin Yi killed a profound ascending stage master, but he is also a disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Tell me, after Blue Cloud Pavilion lost a master who took 40 years to reach the profound ascending stage, do they still want to kill a genius who is already at the peak of profound ascending stage late stage at the age of 20? The audience was silent. Zhong Ziqiang was also stunned. Of course, he knew that Lin Yi was also a disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion, and he also knew that Lin Yi was a master at the peak of profound ascending stage late stage, but he had never thought about how important such a person was to Blue Cloud Pavilion. If a person who took 40 years to ascend from nascent soul great perfection to profound ascending stage early stage was the hope of Blue Cloud Pavilion, then what about a freak like Lin Yi? He would be the key figure in the rise of Blue Cloud Pavilion, right? Pavilion Master Yu is right. Lin Yi is a rare genius. How can he be killed just like that? He's just a mystic ascension early stage master. It doesn't matter if he's killed. That kind of trash can't even compare to one of Lin Yi's fingers. One of the elders who supported Yu Zhenyang immediately voiced his support. They didn't have much help in deciding things, but they did the work of waving the flag and shouting the battle cry very smoothly. Zhong Ziqiang was not willing to fail like this. He still stubbornly said, I don't deny that Lin Yi is a real genius, but he will not stay in Blue Cloud Pavilion at all. You see, he has been wandering around in the past few years. Not only did he go to West Island to play, but also opened a Dan Pavilion in Middle Island. Pavilion Master Yu, do you think he will always stay in North Island? This time Yu Zhenyang didn't speak, because what Zhong Ziqiang said was the truth. Not only that, Lin Yi was also a person valued by Shanghai Tianhua. Who knew if he would go to Chongtian Pavilion in the end? If he refuted Zhong Ziqiang now, and Lin Yi left Blue Cloud Pavilion in the end, then his prestige as a pavilion master would suffer a fatal blow. Jiao Mufan couldn't help but interject. Junior brother Lin is a person who knows the big picture. As long as we make it clear to him, I believe he will definitely stay in Blue Cloud Pavilion. With junior brother Lin's strength, 1 for 1, Blue Cloud Pavilion will not suffer a loss. Although it was a bit too cruel to use a person's life to say one for one, Jia Mufan didn't have a good impression of the guy who took his position as the inner disciple steward. If Lin Yi could kill that guy, it was exactly what he wanted. Zhong Ziqiang roared, "Shut up. Is this a place where you can speak? Do you want to die by disturbing the normal proceedings of the meeting again and again?" Chapter 5850. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Originally, it was not suitable for Yu Zhenyang to make remarks like Jia Mufan. But now, in order to support him, he could openly express his thoughts through Jia Mufan's mouth, which made him very satisfied. One of the elders who supported Yu Zhenyang immediately followed up, "Pavilion Lord is right. As long as Pavilion Lord does not object, Assistant Jia can speak on behalf of Pavilion Lord. Moreover, I also feel that what he said is very true. With Lin Yi's peerless talent, perhaps in a few years, he could become the cornerstone of our Clear Cloud Pavilion. Even surpassing the Profound Pavilion is not impossible. As for the dead junior brother Wang, although his talent is not bad, in the future, he will at most become an elder." Zhong Ziqiang's face was extremely gloomy, but he had nothing to say because these were all facts. His dead nephew was just a pile of shit compared to Lin Yi. If he had to choose one of them to be his teammate, even he felt that he would choose Lin Yi, right? Yu Zhenyang glanced at Zhong Ziqiang and said, "This matter is settled. Jia Mufan, go and inform Lin Yi of the decision made at today's meeting. Let's see what he says." "Yes, Pavilion Master, I'll do it right now." Jia Mufan bowed respectfully, then turned around and left. As for Zhong Ziqiang, who had an ugly expression, he didn't even look at him. After a while, Jia Mufan arrived at Lin Yi's residence. Lu Bianren had just finished advancing to the mysterious ascension stage and was stabilizing his realm. So when Lin Yi noticed Jia Mufan's arrival, he immediately came out to see him. "Love go little say neck senior brother Jia, long time no see." As soon as Lin Yi came out, he smiled and waved at Jia Mufan. Jia Mufan had always been very kind to him, so he was very polite. Jia Mufan didn't dare to neglect him. He hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists, saying, "Junior brother Lin, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be so powerful this time. I'm afraid there aren't many people on the North Island who can beat you." Of course, this was a compliment. There were indeed not many powerful people on the North Island, but there must be hidden powerhouses as trump cards. Therefore, Lin Yi just listened casually. "Senior brother Jia, you flatter me." Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. After inviting Jia Mufan to sit down, he continued, "Does senior brother Jia have something to tell me this time?" Initially, Lin Yi wanted to ask Jia Mufan about the loss of the steward senior brother. However, it wasn't appropriate to rub salt in someone else's wound. Although Lin Yi had gotten rid of that guy surnamed Wang, he preferred Lu Bianren to be the steward senior brother. Jia Mufan didn't think too much about it. He nodded and said, "That's right." The higher-ups of the Blue Cloud Pavilion had a meeting just now. They were discussing how you killed senior brother Wang at the entrance of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. "That's pretty fast. Why didn't anyone come to arrest me?" Lin Yi smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "It was Deputy Pavilion Master Zhong Ziqiang who strongly requested to hold a meeting, so it was held immediately. Junior brother Lin, you know Deputy Pavilion Master Zhong, right? The person you killed was his nephew, so he's very concerned about it," Jia Mufan explained with a bitter smile. Jia Mufan explained with a bitter smile. He didn't know if Lin Yi was fearless because he didn't know anything, or if he was just brave because he was skilled. Pavilion Master tried his best to mediate in the meeting to temporarily suppress your matter. However, Deputy Pavilion Master Zhong's power isn't inferior to Pavilion Master's. If there's no explanation, he won't let it go. Jia Mufan continued. He didn't mention that he'd spoken up for Yu Zhenyang's sake, only highlighting Yu Zhenyang's contribution. At the same time, he was wondering if Lin Yi would accept the suggestion. Regardless of whether he would accept it or not, he had to say it out loud. Jia Mufan stole a glance at Lin Yi before continuing. In the end, it was decided that junior brother Lin will replace Deputy Pavilion Master Zhong's nephew and become a disciple that the Blue Cloud Pavilion will focus on. Of course, you must promise not to leave the Blue Cloud Pavilion. In other words, you must be tied to the Blue Cloud Pavilion. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. He had never thought of leaving the Blue Cloud Pavilion. Why was he talking about being tied to the Blue Cloud Pavilion? This made him feel a little unhappy. Jiao Mufan had been observing Lin Yi's expression. When he saw that he was slightly unhappy, he immediately said, "Of course, if junior brother Lin doesn't want to be tied down too much, you can also go to Pavilion Master Shangguan to intercede. With his status, one word is enough to erase this matter. Who wants to intercede with my grandfather? It'll be the same if I go." As they were talking, Shanghai Lena came bouncing in. She heard that the fleet of the Middle Island had arrived at the North Island. She heard that Lin Yi was also on the ship, so she ran over alone. Lin Yi's divine sense had long discovered that Lana was coming. However, he had to accompany Jiao Mufan, so he didn't go out to greet her. Now that he saw her, he just smiled and greeted her. "Lana, you're here. Why did you leave without saying goodbye last time?" Shanghai Lena wrinkled her nose and snorted. "I wanted to tell you, but you were so busy that I couldn't see you at all. What could I do? Also, as a junior brother, you didn't come to greet senior sister as soon as you returned to the North Island. Did you think you're powerful, so you've grown up?" Jiao Mufan held his mouth and snickered. Although Shanghai Lena was not as useful as Shanghai Tianhua, if she came forward, Lin Yi's problem would probably be mostly solved. Zhong Ziqiang's power in the Blue Cloud Pavilion was indeed good, but he probably didn't have the guts to provoke the little princess of the Shangguan family. "Well, it's my fault. We'll talk about this later. Sit down first." Lin Yi smiled and asked Shanghai Lena to sit down. Then he said to Jiao Mufan, "Senior brother Jiao, if it's just because the Blue Cloud Pavilion lost an expert in the early stage of the mysterious Ascension realm and needs compensation, you don't need me to replace him. It just so happens that there's a very suitable person. You know him too. Junior brother Lin, don't joke. Among the people I know, no one can be compared to you." Jiao Mufan laughed. This was absolutely true. Even Ram Jie, who was recognized as a super genius in the North Island, in his opinion, might not have more potential than Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't answer Jiao Mufan's words. Instead, he turned his head and said, "Senior brother Lu, since you're done, come out." While they were talking, Lu Bianren had already stabilized his realm. Lin Yi's divine sense had been paying attention to his situation. When he saw that Lu Bianren was done, he directly let him out. Chapter 58-51. Lin Yi just smiled faintly and didn't say much. He knew what Jiao Mufan meant. Those below the profound ascension stage were not enough to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. And before Lu Bianren went to the East Continent, he was only at the nascent Soul Great Perfection stage. Even if it was just a step away, it was still a world of difference. It was a pity that Jiao Mufan didn't know that Lu Bianren didn't go to the East Continent and had successfully advanced to the profound ascension stage. Otherwise, he would never say these words. Shangguan Lan looked inside curiously. She also knew Lu Bianren, but he looked so serious, which made her curious. Did Lu Bianren change in some way? Shangguan Lan was curious. Of course, Lu Bianren had changed. When he walked out, the aura emitted from his body made Jiao Mufan stand up abruptly. He looked at him in disbelief and couldn't say a word. "Hey, this is the aura of the early stage of the profound ascension stage. Senior brother Lu, you've advanced." Shanghai Lena wasn't too surprised and asked. Lu Bianren smiled and greeted Jiao Mufan and Shanghai Lena, then said with a smile, "Yes, thanks to junior brother Lin, I was able to break through to the early stage of the profound ascension stage. It's just that my strength has just stabilized, and I can't control my aura freely for a while." Jiao Mufan took a deep breath, and the way he looked at Lin Yi was completely different. If it was just respect before, it was almost worship now. How long has it been since Lin Yi came back? He killed an early stage profound ascension stage and helped to advance to the early stage profound ascension stage. Who else in the North Island could be so amazing? At least Jiao Mufan had never heard of anyone who could advance to the profound ascension stage without going to the East Continent. If someone didn't make friends with a person who could do such an incredible thing, and instead wanted to offend him, then that person was either stupid or ready to die. Jiao Mufan was very glad that he had a good eye. Since Lin Yi was weak, he had been good to him. Senior brother Jiao, do you think there's any problem with senior brother Lu replacing that Wang guy? Lin Yi asked with a smile. In terms of strength, Lu Bianren was no longer inferior to the guy he killed. In terms of potential, with Lin Yi's support, he was more than 8 streets ahead of that unlucky guy. Therefore, he didn't think that those people from Blue Cloud Pavilion couldn't see the situation clearly. Jiao Mufan also thought so. After hearing Lin Yi's question, he immediately nodded and said, I think there's no problem. Junior brother Lu's talent and strength are not bad. In the future, he will definitely become a pillar of our Blue Cloud Pavilion. I'll go back and report to the Pavilion Master and let him know this good news. As for tying Lin Yi to Blue Cloud Pavilion, Jiao Mufan tactfully didn't mention it. With the potential that Lin Yi had shown, as long as he didn't take the initiative to leave Blue Cloud Pavilion, then Blue Cloud Pavilion would definitely be able to benefit from it. Moreover, there were so many people that Lin Yi cared about in Blue Cloud Pavilion. If they nurtured them well, it was equivalent to roping in Lin Yi. After all, Jiao Mufan was a senior brother who used to be a steward. He was very clear about this. The few of them chatted for a while, then Jiao Mufan hurriedly left. He had to inform Yu Zhenyang as soon as possible to prevent Zhong Ziqiang from making trouble again. If they offended Lin Yi, then Blue Cloud Pavilion's loss would be immeasurable. The anxious Jiao Mufan used his fastest speed and quickly returned to the conference hall. Yu Zhenyang, Zhong Ziqiang, and the elders were still there. They were waiting for his report. Pavilion Master, this subordinate has already met Lin Yi. After Jiao Mufan ran in, he hurriedly cupped his fists and saluted Zhenyang. After slightly calming down, he said, this subordinate has already told Lin Yi about the decision made at the meeting. Zhong Ziqiang sneered. Is he very grateful to you, an old friend, for secretly helping him find a chance to live? Jiao Mufan replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Deputy Pavilion Master Zhong has a rich imagination. Unfortunately, you didn't guess correctly. Junior brother Lin didn't express any opinion on our proposal. Instead, he recommended us a suitable replacement. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Does he think that Blue Cloud Pavilion is a place to play house? That everything can be done according to his whims? Pavilion Master Yu, do you have anything to say now? It's obvious that Lin Yi doesn't want to stay in Clear Cloud Pavilion anymore. Otherwise, why would he reject our offer of an olive branch, and instead recommend a random person to join us? Zhong Ziqiang was overjoyed, thinking that Lin Yi was really seeking death. Now, he had to prove that Lin Yi was disrespectful to Blue Cloud Pavilion. Then, he would take his time to deal with him. Yu Zhenyang glanced at Zhong Ziqiang and said, Deputy Pavilion Master Zhong, I want to hear Assistant Jiao out. Can you be quiet for a while? Zhong Ziqiang was stunned. He glared at Yu Zhenyang and finally shut his mouth for the time being. Jiao Mufan was quite pleased inwardly. It was all thanks to Zhong Ziqiang that he'd become Lin Yi's assistant. Zhong Ziqiang was the one who'd gotten him into trouble the moment Lin Yi came back. Reporting to Pavilion Master, junior brother Lin recommended junior brother Lu Bianren, the second senior brother in charge of Blue Cloud Pavilion. I originally said that junior brother Lu wasn't qualified to replace him. However, what surprised me was that junior brother Lu has already broken through to the early stage of profound ascension with junior brother Lin's help. Jiao Mufan purposely emphasized the last part of his sentence. As expected, his words immediately caused a commotion. Even Yu Zhenyang couldn't help but sit up straight. He asked in shock, Jiao Mufan, you said that Lu Bianren is already in the early stage of profound ascension? He successfully broke through without going to East Continent. That's right. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. Jiao Mufan puffed out his chest with a proud expression and said in an extremely confident tone, and junior brother Lu personally admitted that he broke through because of junior brother Lin's help. Yu Zhenyang also knew that before Lin Yi returned, Lu Bianren had never broken through. However, he broke through as soon as Lin Yi returned. It was impossible to believe that there was no relationship between the two. Good. As expected of someone that Pavilion Master Shangguan values. He is indeed extraordinary. Yu Zhenyang muttered to himself in a low voice. Then, he said with a smile, Lin Yi gave us a surprise as soon as he came back. Although I don't know how he helped someone advance to profound ascension without going to East Continent, this incredible method is enough for us to understand what we should do next. Chapter 58-52. Not only Yu Zhenyang's faction, but even the elders in Zhong Ziqiang's faction could not raise any objections under such circumstances. In the cultivation world, strength was respected. Lin Yi was strong, had great potential, and could even build a powerful force on his own. Offending such a person was really not worth it. Therefore, they hoped that Zhong Ziqiang would stop before it was too late and stop thinking about taking revenge on Lin Yi. Zhong Ziqiang's face was as gloomy as water. No matter how unhappy he was, he could not raise any objections under such circumstances. It would only cause him to be isolated, and all his efforts over the years would be ruined in one day. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to give up on dealing with Lin Yi. Since he could not do anything to Lin Yi openly, Zhong Ziqiang began to plot how to kill Lin Yi in the dark. If Lin Yi knew about this, he would definitely have a look of indifference. Anyway, there were many people secretly plotting to kill him. Who would care about Zhong Ziqiang? While the Blue Cloud Pavilion was bustling, the Chamber of Commerce at the Central was quiet. After Xu Lingchong returned, he immediately contacted the mysterious man in black and told him about Lin Yi's return as well as what happened at the entrance of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. Originally, he was hoping that the mysterious man in black could come up with some way to deal with Lin Yi. Who knew that the reply he received was a scolding from the mysterious man in black. Xu Lingchong, I'm warning you, behave. Our Central and Lin Yi have just signed a 1-year truce agreement. This is not a joke. In this year, we have an extremely important plan that needs to be carried out. If you provoke Lin Yi without permission and cause the truce agreement to be broken, I will definitely cut you into pieces, skin you, and burn you with oil. Remember, don't provoke Lin Yi. If you do, you better pray that Lin Yi kills you. If you implicate the Central, I will destroy your whole family. Xu Lingchong held the mysterious man's reply with a dumbfounded expression. What did this mean? What was going on? Meng Tong took a look at the reply and said indignantly, isn't the higher-ups going too far? He was saying that if we offended Lin Yi, we deserved to die. This is simply preposterous. Are we so unimportant? Xu Lingchong came back to his senses and shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not that we're not important, but... Alright, we're indeed not important. What's important is the Central's grand plan. We've never even heard of this plan. What do you think we are? Meng Tong was speechless. He thought that he was very strong, but unfortunately, he realized that he was still just an ant. He couldn't even be considered a strong ant. Xu Lingchong sighed softly. Lin Yi, this pretentious boss, really isn't one to act pretentiously. Right now, he can already talk to our superiors and negotiate, and even sign an agreement. This isn't on the same level as us at all. It seems like the gap between us and him is getting bigger and bigger. Meng Tong reached out and patted Xu Lingchong's shoulder lightly. Then he said, maybe we're too comfortable. For example, now, without the potions provided by the Central, we've never thought about breaking through to the profound ascension stage by ourselves. We've lost our confidence and motivation. It's normal that the gap between us and Lin Yi is getting bigger and bigger. Maybe, we should also go out and explore. If we can break through to the profound ascension stage without relying on the Central's potions, our achievements in the future may be higher. Xu Lingchong whispered thoughtfully. But thinking of the painstaking efforts of the past few years, it seemed that it would be a pity to give up now. Forget it, let's not provoke Lin Yi for the time being. We'll think about it when we have the strength and opportunity in the future. Xu Lingchong shook his head. He still couldn't give up what he had now. Maybe the Central would soon have the potions to break through to the profound ascension stage. At that time, the gap between them and Lin Yi should be instantly closed. After Lin Yi sent Zhou Mufan away, Lu Bianren also found a room to continue stabilizing his strength. Only Lin Yi and Shangguan Lena were left in the living room. As for Wei Shenjin and the rest, they went out to the North Island together. Yu Hua also wanted to buy a Yangji grass to return to Cai Zhongyang. The fleet would only be docked for a day, so they had to hurry up and find it. Shangguan Lena sat on the chair next to Lin Yi. First, she asked about Han Jingjing's situation. She was one of her two best friends. Of course, she was very concerned about her. Lin Yi shook his head sadly and sighed. There's still no news of Jingjing's spirit. This time, I went to the extreme North Island to participate in the auction. I want to buy the Spirit Gathering branch and see if I can find Jingjing's spirit with the help of the Spirit Gathering branch. Han Jingjing also sighed and then comforted him. Little junior brother, you don't have to worry too much. Jingjing will definitely be fine. If you buy that Spirit Gathering branch, maybe she will be able to come back. I hope so. Lin Yi nodded. He thought that after he bought the Spirit Gathering branch, the Central's reply to the secular world should have arrived. If there was still no news of Han Jingjing's spirit, he was ready to project his spirit back to find Han Jingjing again. This time, the extreme North Island's auction must be very lively. It's a pity that I have something to do at home. Otherwise, I could go with you, Shangguan Lena said with regret. This kind of bustle was her favorite, but it was a pity that she could only miss it this time. Lin Yi asked casually, what happened to your family? Was it because of this last time you suddenly came back last time? Looking at Shangguan Lena's appearance, it seemed that nothing major had happened. Lin Yi was really puzzled. He didn't know what had happened for Shangguan Lena to rush back from Middle Island overnight and not go to the extreme North Island to participate in the auction. It's not that anything happened. My grandfather has a friend who came from the East Continent. It is said that he is a big shot in the East Continent. I could only stay to help entertain him. Then, he said that he would take me to the East Continent to cultivate. Really? He knows that I don't like to cultivate, but he still wants to take me to the East Continent so far away. Little brother, what do you think I should do? Shangguan Lana's little face changed into a depressed expression again. She really had an emoticon pack with her all the time. Lin Yi also secretly laughed. Shangguan Lena's cultivation talent was definitely very strong, but this little girl was really born lazy. If she could cultivate seriously, her cultivation speed would definitely soar. Chapter 58-53. Genius in a second. Remember to go. Shaw Net, providing you with wonderful novel reading. You're thinking too much. Dongju is actually a very nice place, full of qi and beautiful sceneries. You'd definitely like it if you went there. And even if you don't train as hard, you'd still improve a lot faster there. Your grandpa would be very happy. Lin Yi didn't know what to say, so he just said a few words of comfort. That's right. Shanghai Lena's eyes lit up. She asked with a smile, is what you said true? Of course it's true. I have been to the East Continent. Lin Yi was about to continue to emphasize how abundant the spiritual qi in the East Continent was, how beautiful the scenery was, and how Shanghai Lena would definitely like the East Continent. However, this girl's words made him completely speechless. That's great. I can improve quickly without practicing very hard. Finally, I can deal with my grandfather. Shanghai Lena clapped her hands and cheered. Lin Yi was speechless and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This was the key point. Could they still have a good chat? When will your grandfather's friend take you to the East Continent? If possible, I will accompany you. I can take the opportunity to visit my friend in the East Continent. At that time, I can also show you around. Lin Yi said with a smile. If there was time, he really wanted to accompany Shanghai Lena to the East Continent. That's great. If you can go to the East Continent with me, it can't be better. It's just that you may not be able to make it. After all, if you buy the Spirit Gathering branch, you should go back to Middle Island first, right? Shangguan Lan was still very loyal, always thinking about her good sister, Han Jingjing. It doesn't matter. I will catch up with you. Lin Yi smiled and did not explain too much. There was a UFO in the space of his jade pendant. He did not want to attract attention, so he did not use it before. After buying the Spirit Gathering branch, Lin Yi would, of course, rush back to Middle Island as soon as possible. At that time, he would not be in the mood to take the ancient battleship back, even though it would be safer. Shangguan Lena suddenly smiled and said, that's not right, you'll definitely be able to catch up with me to the Eastern Continent. I heard that we're going to the eastern continent by riding an ancient warship, but those ancient warships seem to be busy recently, so they can't leave for the time being. When you return from the northernmost island, perhaps you can go with us. Well, if that's the case, I'll go and beg my grandfather. Maybe he'll agree to let me follow you to the extreme North Island. That's for the best. When you go home, ask if you're okay now. If you have nothing to do, why don't you take a walk with me? Lin Yi wanted to see the progress of the King of Junk's forging. It had been a few years, and he didn't know how it was going. Okay, I just ran out, of course I'm fine. Let's go. Shanghai Lena stood up and was ready to leave. It was rare that Lin Yi and Han Jingjing could be alone with him. Shanghai Lena felt that no matter what they were going to do, it would be a pleasant day. During the 2 years when Lin Yi was away, Han Jingjing and the others often went there to debug the automatic forging mechanism. Therefore, Shanghai Lena was very familiar with the King of Junk. Hearing that they were going to the forging place, although she was a little disappointed that she and Lin Yi would not have the time to be alone, she soon relaxed. Anyway, the forging pool was quite interesting. When they came to the secret cave, Shanghai Lena went in first. It could be seen that she was really familiar with this place. It was estimated that the reason why the King of Junk was able to forge here was because of Shanghai Lena. Otherwise, after the hole at the edge of the spiritual jade mine was exposed, it would have been filled up long ago. King of Junk, I'm here again. Are you there? Before Shangguan Lana arrived, she had already greeted him. Lin Yi smiled faintly as he scanned the place with his divine sense. Naturally, he knew that Wang Lampa was inside, but the things in the pool were still the same. There didn't seem to be any progress. Little senior sister Shangguan, you're here. Is Miss Han with you? The King of Junk greeted them with surprise. Of course, he was most concerned about Han Jingjing, because the automatic forging mechanism was only a little bit away from completion, but Han Jingjing left at the most critical time. If Han Jingjing could complete the automatic forging mechanism before she left, his efforts in the past few years would have come to a perfect end. Brother Wang, Jingjing didn't come, but I came. Lin Yi did not mention that Han Jingjing's spirit was missing, but just walked over with a smile. Brother Lin, you're back. The King of Junk was even more surprised, but then he said with a face full of shame, I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I haven't finished it yet. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, it's okay, I'm not in a hurry to use it anyway. This time, I came back to see you. You've worked hard these years. It's not hard at all. How can it be hard to have the opportunity to forge such a magic weapon? The King of Junk laughed and scratched the back of his head. Moreover, Miss Han's automatic forging mechanism is really powerful. With the help of this good thing, I don't need to stay here all the time, I can leave for a period of time occasionally. As they spoke, the three of them came to the side of the forging pool. Lin Yi poked his head out to take a look, but he couldn't see through it. The King of Junk was an absolute expert in this aspect, and although he had learned a lot of forging knowledge and techniques from him, he was still only at the beginner level in the eyes of the King of Junk. By the way, Brother Wang, do you know about the ghost-eyed eagle wings? Lin Yi suddenly remembered the pair of ghost-eyed eagle king wings that he had obtained previously. According to the ghost, it was the best weapon for escaping. Although he didn't need to escape now, it didn't mean that he wouldn't encounter a powerful enemy. Even the powerful dragon of 5 evils could only hide under the pool, and with his current strength, it was always good to have more trump cards. The King of Junk's eyes lit up. Of course I do. Did Brother Lin obtain the ghost-eyed eagle king wings? Although the ghost-eyed eagle king is not a very rare spiritual beast, it's difficult to capture it, so it's very difficult to obtain a pair of wings. To be honest, Brother Lin, I think you're too lucky, but considering that you can obtain ancient pure lands, 1,000-year tree crystals, and even 10,000-year tree crystals, it's not surprising that you have a pair of superb wings like the ghost-eyed eagle king wings. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, I haven't said anything yet, and Brother Wang has already guessed what I have in my hand. You're really amazing. Chapter 58-54. Genius 1 second remember love go away. To provide you with exciting novels to read. This is all common sense. The main material of the Ghost Eye Eagle wings is the Ghost Eye Eagle King wings. Without this pair of wings, why would you even mention the Ghost Eye wings? The tattered king waved his hands nonchalantly, then looked at Lin Yi with a fervent gaze. Brother Lin, did you bring the item? Let me take a look. Lin Yi originally wanted to ask the tattered king to help refine the ghost eye wings, so he took out a pair of palm-sized black wings and handed it to the tattered king. The restriction on this is not bad, it actually shrunk the ghost eye eagle king wings by so many times. The tattered king praised casually, then focused all his attention on the wings. If the restriction was removed, the ghost eye eagle king wings would be bigger than Lin Yi. It was the same when it was displayed at the auction. The tattered king did not touch the restriction, as this was a one-time use item. If it was broken, it would be useless. Great, this pair of wings is very complete, and has been preserved very well. The ghost eye eagle king wings would definitely be top-notch. Brother Lin, do you have any other materials? The tattered king's eyes lit up. He was already used to Lin Yi's miracles, so he naturally thought that Lin Yi must have gathered all the other materials. Lin Yi took out the materials that Honest Chai had gathered and handed them to the tattered king. I have most of them, only one thing is missing, the ghost cicada wing. Brother Wang, do you know where I can find the ghost cicada wings? The tattered king shook his head regretfully. I really don't know. The rarity of the ghost cicada wings is even higher than the ghost eye eagle king wings. Although the main body of the ghost eye eagle king wings are made from the ghost eye eagle king wings, the ghost cicada wings are the most important catalyst. If it were other materials, they could be substituted, but the ghost cicada wings cannot be substituted. Perhaps the ghost cicada wings will appear in the auction in the extreme North Island? Anyway, you are going to participate in the auction. You can take the opportunity to look around. Shangguan Lena said with a smile. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He was absolutely right. This auction in the extreme North Island was different from the past. It was full of high-grade goods. Maybe there would really be a ghost cicada wing, but the price would definitely be ridiculously high. There was a huge difference in the prices of the auctions in the Heaven Rank Island. For example, the same yellow rank 7th grade elixir might only be sold for a few 100,000 to 1 million spiritual jades in the Middle Island, West Island, and North Island. In the East Island, it might soar to about 4 million or 5 million spiritual jades, and in the most high-end auctions in the northernmost island, it was very normal to have 6 or 7 million spiritual jades. Therefore, the really good things were generally not auctioned in the 3 central, western, and western islands. Even the ordinary auctions in the northernmost island were much better than those in the 3 islands, not to mention the top auction this time. Love Go Small say neck because of this. Although Lin Yi had tens of millions of spiritual jades, he could only refine some elixirs as a backup. Who knew how high the price of the spirit-gathering branch and the soul-nourishing wood would be? There were no lack of rich people in the world. It would be best if I could get the ghost cicada wings in this auction. Brother Wang, do you have anything else you want me to buy? Lin Yi wanted to buy it, so he simply asked the King of Rags what he needed. Any problem that could be solved with spiritual jades was not a problem. The King of Rags carefully put away the Ghost Eye Eagle King's wings and several materials, then shook his head and said, I don't need them for the time being. Now I have to concentrate on refining your weapon and wings. I can't think about other things, lest I get distracted. Shangguan Lena giggled and said, Then do you want to close your small forging pavilion? Lest you get distracted. It was just a joke. But the King of Rags nodded naturally and said, If I have the ghost cicada wings, I really need to close my business for a while. But now I can't do anything, so I have to keep it open. Lin Yi asked in surprise, Brother Wang, did you open your own forging pavilion? Not bad, not bad. Your business should be good, right? The King of Rags scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I don't retail. Speaking of which, thanks to you, I have the opportunity to cooperate with President Hong of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. This forging pavilion is just a place where I refine some small things in my free time and then hand them over to the Hong Chamber of Commerce for sale. On the one hand, it can increase my ability of forging weapons, and on the other hand, I can earn some pocket money. When Lin Yi first met the King of Rags, he was so poor. Of course, at that time, Lin Yi only had dozens or hundreds of spiritual jades with him, which was at most a little better than the King of Rags. Isn't it good? Speaking of which, how is Brother Hong Zhong now? I'm going to visit him this time. Is he still in the North Island? Lin Yi casually asked about Hong Zhong. When he left Middle Island, he was worried that something had happened to Hong Zhong, which caused the people of the Hong Chamber of Commerce to be so hostile to him, the honorary vice president. But according to the King of Rags, it seemed that nothing had happened to Hong Zhong. President Hong is very good. He often mentions you. Why don't we go to him now? After saying that, the King of Rags turned around and ran back to the casting pool. He carefully observed the situation inside, and then operated the automatic casting mechanism for a while. Then he turned back and said, "Well, we can go now. There will be no problem here for a short time." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Then let's go. I don't have much time to come back this time. After visiting the Hong Chamber of Commerce, it's almost time to go back to the ship." Shangguan Lena's eyes dimmed slightly. Obviously, she didn't want to be separated from Lin Yi so soon. But she immediately recovered and didn't let them find out what she was thinking. Anyway, Lin Yi had promised her that he would catch up with her soon and then go to East Continent together. After the three of them exited the cave, the King of Dilapidation closed the formation that he had set up outside. As a blacksmith, it was a must to learn Formation Dao. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to refine high-level items. Over the past 2 years, his understanding of Formation Dao had improved by several levels. Therefore, the formation at the entrance of the cave was quite good. At least, it could prevent people from entering the cave casually. Talking and laughing, it took them a long time to arrive at the Hong Chamber of Commerce. The King of Rags didn't follow them in. Instead, he said that he would go to his forging pavilion to have a look and would come back to find Lin Yi later. Chapter 58-55. When the shop assistant inside saw Lin Yi and Shangguan Lena, he immediately greeted them with a smile and bowed respectfully. "Vice President Lin, Miss Shangguan, long time no see. Are you looking for shopkeeper Hong?" Lin Yi felt that the shop assistant was a little familiar. He probably knew him before, so he knew his identity at a glance. "Is shopkeeper Hong here? If he is, please inform him." Lin Yi smiled and said gently to the shop assistant. "Vice President Lin, you're too polite. Shopkeeper Hong is upstairs. He has instructed that if Vice President Lin comes, you can go and look for him directly. There's no need for any notification." The shop assistant turned sideways and respectfully invited them upstairs. Lin Yi nodded and said, "Thank you very much." Shangguan Lena giggled and said, "Little junior brother, you have a big face. If I came here, I wouldn't have this kind of treatment. I have to inform before I can see shopkeeper Hong." Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "If you are also the honorary vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, you will definitely have this privilege." That being said, Lin Yi also knew that this was not the case. Hong Zhong valued him completely because of their friendship, not because he was an honorary vice president. Otherwise, even if there was a vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, Hong Zhong would completely ignore him. "Ha ha ha ha, Miss Shangguan, you are a rare guest. Just come and find me in the future. Let's see who dares to stop you." Hong Zhong appeared above the stairs. He should know that Lin Yi was here, so he specially came out to greet Lin Yi. Lin Yi went forward and cupped his fists. He smiled and said, "Brother Hong, long time no see. You are still as elegant as before." Hong Zhong came up and pulled Lin Yi's arm. He smiled and said, "You also know that we haven't seen each other for a long time. Tell me, how should I punish you? Why is there a punishment? Then I will have to eat and live here every day from now on." Lin Yi also said with a smile. He and Hong Zhong got along because of interests, but gradually, they became sincere friends. Especially at the last auction in the far North Island, their relationship quickly warmed up. Now they were close friends. "Ha ha ha ha, that's the best. I can't even invite you. As long as you are willing to stay here, I can give you the entire Hong Chamber of Commerce in the North Island." Hong Zhong laughed heartily, and then made an inviting gesture to Shangguan Lana. As expected of the manager of the North Island of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, he treated people impeccably. Lin Yi and Hong Zhong chatted and laughed as they entered the VIP room. Naturally, someone brought them spirit tea and spirit fruits. Shangguan Lan didn't stand on ceremony. She picked up a spirit fruit and started munching on it. She knew that Lin Yi had something to say to Hong Zhong, so she could only quietly be a foodie. After chatting casually for a while, Lin Yi asked casually, "Brother Hong, is there a lot of factions in the Hong's Chamber of Commerce?" Hong Zhong was slightly stunned and said, "Brother Lin, why do you ask this? Did someone in the Hong Chamber of Commerce make things difficult for you? Tell me, I will definitely seek justice for you." Lin Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's not that serious. It's just that when I went to the far north island to participate in the auction, the Zhongdao Hong Chamber of Commerce was led by a vice president named Wei Jiading. When I boarded the ship, I thought that I was a member of the Chamber of Commerce, so I went to greet them, but they ignored me. At that time, I was worried that something had happened to you, causing me to lose my backer in the Hong Chamber of Commerce." "Ha ha ha ha, how can I be your backer? With your ability, Brother Lin, it's not an exaggeration to say that you are my backer." After making a joke, Hong Zhong slowly became serious and said, "Where there are people, there are conflicts. There are naturally many fights for power in the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Although I am a member of the Hong family, I am not a direct descendant. Moreover, the Hong family's eldest branch that I support is not strong enough, so it is difficult for me to enter the core." Lin Yi remembered that Hong Zhong had returned to the Zhongdao headquarters to be the vice president, but in the end, he still came to the North Island. So what he said was true. Wei Jiading is also the vice president, but he is not on the same side as me. He is a hardcore supporter of the second branch of the Hong family and has never been friends with me. Moreover, he is Wei Xiaotong's uncle. Do you think he will treat you well when you greet him? Hong Zhong shook his head with a bitter smile. Wei Jiaotong used to be the helper he recommended to Lin Yi, but he almost killed Lin Yi, which was really embarrassing. Lin Yi didn't care. He shrugged casually and said, "I see. But let him be, as long as he doesn't provoke me. By the way, Brother Hong, didn't you prepare anything for the auction in the far north island? I still have to go, but I will go with the people of the Zhongdao headquarters. I won't bring anything. There are no good things in the North Island. I may not even be qualified to attend the auction. The main thing is to buy some good things and make them the treasures of the shop." Hong Zhong laughed at himself. The last auction of that level was the stage for the North Island branch to show off their skills. The main character of this top auction could only be the Zhongdao headquarters. Of course, if someone from the East Island branch also went there, maybe there would be some good things. After a short pause, Hong Zhong still reminded him, "Brother Lin, don't underestimate Wei Jiading. He is narrow-minded and will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. I think he will definitely find a chance to avenge Wei Jiaotong. Even if you are not afraid of him, you have to guard against him." Lin Yi really didn't care much about Wei Jiading, but he still had to listen to Hong Zhong's kind reminder. "I know what I'm doing. Brother Hong, don't worry." Lin Yi nodded with a smile and continued, "This time I can go to the far north island with you again. We can have a good chat on the way." It was enough to mention Wei Jiading's matter once, so Hong Zhong didn't say anything more. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's right. Luckily, I decided to go with the fleet. If I had ridden an aerial spirit beast, I would have missed this opportunity." Lin Yi suddenly remembered that Wei Shenjin and Shong Yuhua might come to ask about the young polegrass, so he asked casually, "Brother Hong, do you have the young polegrass here? I have a friend who needs it. I don't know if he has been here before. I haven't seen your friend before, but the young polegrass is a very rare and precious spirit herb. If I have it here, I can directly auction it in the far north island. I can get at least 1 million or 800,000 spirit jades." Hong Zhong knew about the young polegrass, but the price he said surprised Lin Yi. Chapter 58-56. Hong Zhong didn't know about Shongwani, so he nodded casually and said, "That's an understatement. You have to know that the prices in the far north island are completely different from those in the far north island. Perhaps the young polegrass can only be sold for tens of thousands of spirit jades here, but the problem is that you can't buy it at all." Lin Yi suddenly understood. In fact, he had been to all the islands, so he had some understanding of the differences in prices. It was just that he hadn't thought about it. Because of this huge difference in prices, the Tiandan Pavilion's high-grade elixirs were very attractive to Shongwani. As long as he obtained the authorization, he could resell it to the far North Island or the East Continent, and he would definitely make a huge profit. If that was the case, Cai Zhongyang would be in trouble if he lost the young polegrass. Fortunately, Yu Hua and Shongwani both said that they would bear the consequences of the young polegrass. If it was only 2 or 3 million spirit jades, then it wouldn't be a problem for the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Hong Zhong thought about it and said, "Actually, I underestimated the value of the young polegrass. There's another factor that I didn't take into account." Lin Yi was thinking about Cai Zhongyang's troubles, so he asked casually, "What factor?" "There aren't many elixirs that can be used for young polegrass, but its main use is to refine the yin-yang pill. The other main ingredient of the yin-yang pill is the yin core fruit. Brother Lin, as a high-grade alchemist, you must have heard of it, right?" Hong Zhong didn't know that not only had Lin Yi heard of it, but he had also refined the yin-yang pill by himself, saving Shongwani's life. However, Lin Yi was also a little embarrassed. If it wasn't for Shongwani's cultivation deviation, he really wouldn't have known about the yin and yang pill, yang polegrass, and yin core fruit. Being praised by Hong Zhong like that made him a little embarrassed. Without waiting for Lin Yi's reply, Hong Zhong continued, "Compared to yang grass, the yin core fruit is produced much more. This is because a yin core fruit tree usually has about 20 yin core fruits, while yang grass only grows in a certain area. So, although both are the main ingredients of the yin-yang pill, in terms of value, yang grass is at least 10 times more valuable than yin core fruit. So that's how it is." Lin Yi nodded lightly, but in his heart, he was thinking, why did that old man Zheng Dongsheng take out the dark core fruit? Although the value of the dark core fruit was not as high as the young polegrass, on the ancient battleship, the spiritual jades that Zheng Dongsheng received were far from the true value of the dark core fruit. To say that this old man was sincere in saving people, Lin Yi would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. They were the ones who poisoned him. How could he be so kind as to take out the dark core fruit? Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt that something was wrong. According to what Shongwani said, his cultivation deviation was caused by poisoning, and the person who poisoned him was most likely someone from the Zheng family. If that was the case, why did Zheng Dongsheng sell a dark core fruit at such a high price? Could it be that he was hot-headed and deliberately wanted to squander? Perhaps Zheng Dongsheng really just wanted to create an opportunity for his grandson, Zheng Tianqing, to win over Li Zhaoyi, but Lin Yi's intuition told him that this matter was definitely not that simple. At that time, Shong Yuhua was already willing to take out hundreds of thousands of spiritual jades to buy the dark core fruit. There was no reason for Zheng Dongsheng not to earn spiritual jades. A vague idea gradually formed, but Lin Yi had not been able to completely connect the clues, so he could only put it aside for the time being. As they were talking about the young polegrass, Lin Yi's divine sense saw Wei Shenjin, Shong Yuhua, Xiao Ran, and Xiao Hongcai walking into the Hong Chamber of Commerce together. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai were Lin Yi's underlings, so they naturally had a good relationship with the Hong Chamber of Commerce. They knew all the employees, so when they entered, they were told that Lin Yi was upstairs with Shanghai Lena. Without needing Lin Yi's greeting, the 4 of them were led to the VIP room by the employee. "Boss, so you've been here for a long time. We are the ones who are late." Wei Shenjin held Shong Yuhua's hand and greeted them with a smile. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai also greeted Lin Yi and the other 2 before sitting down. "Did you guys find anything after walking around for a day?" Lin Yi guessed that there was no hope of finding the young polegrass, but he still asked. "What if they were lucky?" Shong Yuhua frowned slightly and said, "We didn't find the young polegrass. Boss, since you're here, you must have asked Manager Hong. It seems that there's no other way this time." Hong Zhong thought to himself that it was the people from the Universal Chamber of Commerce who wanted the young polegrass. If he had it, he wouldn't mind selling it to Shong Yuhua for Lin Yi's sake. Unfortunately, he didn't have it, so there was nothing more to say. In the North Island, the Hong's Chamber of Commerce and the people from the Universal Chamber of Commerce didn't have much of a relationship. Not only that, but there was also a huge conflict between them. If it weren't for Lin Yi, the employees of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce wouldn't even let Shong Yuhua in. This kind of spirit herb is something that can only be found by chance. Don't worry too much about it. Lin Yi could only comfort him. Now he only hoped that Cai Zhongyang's customers could be settled with spirit stones, or else he would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. His vague guess just now instantly became clear. Cai Zhongyang was in big trouble. Could it be that the Zheng family's target wasn't Shongwani and Li Zhaoyi at all, but Cai Zhongyang? Compared to that, the other two were just incidental. But there seemed to be no conflict between Cai Zhongyang and the Zheng family. Why would the idiots of the Zheng family plot against him? Of course, if there was a conflict, it was only because Cai Zhongyang was close to Lin Yi, so he naturally became the Zheng family's enemy. Cai Zhongyang was being targeted because of his relationship with him. Lin Yi's eyes instantly became extremely cold. If this guess was true, then the Zheng family really didn't know what was good for them. How could they plot against his friend for such a reason? This made him even angrier than directly targeting Lin Yi himself. As for whether this was true, it would be clear as long as he waited until he reached the northernmost island and saw how much trouble Cai Zhongyang would get into because of this. At that time, Lin Yi would definitely let the Zheng family know that playing with fire would only result in self-immolation. "Brother Lin, what's the matter with you?" Hong Zhong noticed the sudden change in Lin Yi's body at the first moment. Even he was secretly shocked by the cold and bone-chilling killing intent. In the past, Lin Yi's strength was not even comparable to an ant to him, but now he could move him. This speed of progress was really too terrifying. Lin Yi took a light breath and quickly restrained the aura on his body. After returning to his normal appearance, he smiled and said, "Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something else." Chapter 58-57. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, you don't have to worry. After shopping for so long today, didn't you buy anything?" Shang Yuhua's mind was sharp. Seeing that Lin Yi wanted to change the topic, she immediately cooperated and said, "Middle Island has everything else, so I didn't buy anything. However, the things in the Central Chamber of Commerce are really dazzling and varied, and all of them are high-tech products of the secular world. Unfortunately, the price is too expensive. Although it is much cheaper than the Central Chamber of Commerce in Middle Island, it is still extremely expensive." Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "Miss Shang, you are a rich person. If even you say that it is expensive, then it seems that their business should not be particularly good." Xiao Ran snorted and said, "That fellow Shu Lingchong probably thinks that if he doesn't open his business for 3 years, he would eat for 3 years after opening his business. That's why he sold those junk at the most expensive price." Shang Yuhua and the others couldn't help but be speechless. The things in the Central Chamber of Commerce were all popular goods on Heaven Stage Island. Xiao Ran actually said that they were all junk. It should be that the previous conflict had not subsided, right? They didn't know that in the eyes of people from the secular world like Xiao Ran and Lin Yi, the things sold by the Central Chamber of Commerce, even if they were not junk, they were almost the same as junk. In the secular world, 90% of the goods sold by the Central Chamber of Commerce in North Island were almost obsolete. Ordinary people didn't care much about them. After coming to Heaven Stage Island, they became treasures. Wei Shenjin sighed regretfully and said, "Boss also went to the secular world this time. Unfortunately, it was a projection of his primordial spirit, so he couldn't bring back anything. Otherwise, he could have made a lot of money." Lin Yi's heart moved. Although he was a projection of his primordial spirit, the space of the jade pendant could carry a lot of things. Unfortunately, he didn't think about this when he went back to the secular world this time, so he didn't bring back many things. But this wasn't the point. The point was that the wormhole tunnel in the center had been opened to Lin Yi. As long as Han Jingjing came back and studied this wormhole tunnel, she could trade between Heaven Stage Island and the secular world like the center. This was a good business with low capital and great profit. If the center could do it, Lin Yi could do it too. Although breaking the monopoly would inevitably lead to a decrease in price, and the more products would eventually become less valuable, this was also the goal he wanted to achieve. Otherwise, if the center only made money in this aspect, Lin Yi wouldn't have a good life in the future. A year of truce was not a long time. After a year, there would always be a battle with the center. After a year, there would always be a battle. If the soldiers and horses were to move, the food and fought. No matter what, the center was, the war would be to fight. If Lin Yi didn't have, he to fight with the center, he he to do, he need to. Using the wormhole tunnel to compete with the center was the best way. Oh, your idea is good. Don't worry, there will be a chance to realize your idea in the future. Lin Yi said with a smile. This plan was good, but the most important thing was to wait for Han Jingjing to come back. It was too early to talk about it now. It wouldn't be too late to think about it next time. They chatted for a while. Someone from the soaring pavilion came to look for Lin Yi, saying that her grandfather was looking for her. Shangguan Lena could only make an appointment with Lin Yi to see her in a while. She also wanted to ask Shanghai Tianhua if she could follow Lin Yi to the far north island. Lin Yi originally wanted to visit Shanghai Tianhua, but Lana said that he was accompanying an old friend from the East Continent and probably didn't have time to see him, so he could only ask Shangguan Lena to greet him on his behalf. Not long after Shangguan Lena left, Wei Jiading came to the North Island branch of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce with a few followers. He arrogantly ordered the shop assistant, "Where is Hong Zhong? Ask him to come out and see me." The shop assistant knew that this was the vice president of Zhongdao's headquarters. Of course, he didn't dare to neglect him. He hurriedly went up to inform Hong Zhong and Lin Yi. Although the two of them didn't want to talk to this guy, he was still a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Even if they belonged to different camps, they still had to give him some face. "Vice President Wei, I haven't seen you for a long time. I thought you wouldn't get off the ship today. I was about to board the ship with Brother Lin, but I didn't expect you to come here." Hong Zhong greeted him with a smile. This was already giving Wei Jiading a lot of face. As for Lin Yi, he followed beside Hong Zhong and didn't look at Wei Jiading at all. Since this guy didn't give him face on the ancient warship, he naturally didn't need to be polite to this fool. Lin Yi never had the habit of going up to his enemies to get on their good side. Whenever he did, it was mostly to give the enemy a big slap in the face. Wei Jiading looked arrogant. He slightly raised his chin and said slowly, "Hong Zhong, the fleet to the far north island will leave soon. Hurry up and take some people to help load and unload the goods. Don't waste time." Hong Zhong's face turned cold. He put away his smile and said faintly, "The fleet will naturally arrange people to load and unload the goods. Since when does our Chamber of Commerce need to send people? Besides, this time the North Island branch doesn't have any goods that need to be brought. Will there always be things that need to be sold in the North Island? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just go when I tell you to go. Do you dare to disobey my orders?" Wei Jiading didn't know what provoked him, but he actually directly gave orders to Hong Zhong. Hong Zhong suddenly sneered and said, "How powerful. Wei Jiading, could it be that I, Hong Zhong, have been stripped of my position as the vice president? Or have you become the president of our Hong's Chamber of Commerce? Otherwise, I really don't know where you get the confidence to order me. What kind of vice president are you? How dare you talk back to me?" Wei Jiading glanced at Hong Zhong disdainfully and said in an extremely disdainful tone, "You're just the shopkeeper of the North Island branch. How dare you say that you're the vice president? Which vice president with real power would leave Middle Island?" Hong Zhong didn't give in and retorted, "It was my own idea to leave Middle Island. Do you think that you forced me to leave? Don't flatter yourself. In the end, you're just a dog of our Hong family. Remember, my surname is Hong, and your surname is Wei." Wei Jiading was stunned by Hong Zhong's words and suddenly felt a little speechless. Because Hong Zhong was right. No matter how he wasn't a direct descendant, he was still a member of the Hong family, and Wei Jiading was an outsider. Although Wei Jiading was confident that he could suppress Hong Zhong, after hearing these words, he was extremely angry in his heart, but he couldn't show it. Chapter 58-58. Lin Yi was amused by him. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Even I'm being ordered around by him. This is the North Island, not his courtyard. Hong Zhong said angrily, "Wei Jiading, Brother Lin is the honorary vice president of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. Don't you know what an honorary vice president is? How dare you command an honorary vice president? Even if the president is here, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Do you really want to rebel? Lin Yi reached out to pull Hong Zhong and gestured for him to calm down. Then he looked at Wei Jiading quietly and said, Wei, I remember that we docked at the North Island this time. We don't need to load or unload any goods. The Hong's Chamber of Commerce's goods are directly sent to the North Island for auction on the ship. What do you want to load or unload all of a sudden? Are you going to unload it and then install it? Do you have nothing better to do? Wei Jiading snorted coldly. He calmly said, I'm here to buy some things, and I'm going to take them to the northernmost island to participate in the auction, so I need your help. His tone obviously softened. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said to Hong Zhong, Brother Hong, let's go and see what good things this old guy bought. That's what I'm thinking. Let's go and have a look together. The corner of Hong Zhong's mouth curled up. Was this Wei Jiading really an idiot? Was he risking his own future just to make Hong Zhong lose face? Hong Zhong didn't believe that he had purchased enough things to participate in the Extreme North Islands auction. If there really was such a thing, he would have bought it and taken it himself. How could he wait for Wei Jiading to come and interfere? When he went out, Lin Yi almost laughed out of anger. There were a lot of things bought. Several big cars were full, but all of them were secular goods sold by the Central Chamber of Commerce, and they were of the lowest level. This kind of thing, in the secular world, would be picked up by scavengers to use. If brought to the heavenly stage island, it would only be used as a decoration for the fashionable people to buy. With just this kind of trash, he dared to say that he would take it to the extreme North Island to participate in the auction. Do you think we're all blind? Hong Zhong looked at Wei Jiading with a mocking expression and said, Vice President Wei really has a unique vision, specifically picking things that others don't want to buy. The problem is that others don't want to buy them. Are you sure that the Extreme North Islands auction will allow you to auction these things? Shang Yuhua, who followed behind, also despised Wei Jiading. She, Wei Shenjin, and the others had gone to the Central Chamber of Commerce to take a look. Of course, they knew that these carriages of goods were the cheapest. If they were to buy these things, the daughter of the Vice President of the Universal Chamber of Commerce could also afford it. Because all these goods added up were not worth as much as a fine item. Wei Jiading didn't look ashamed at all. He boasted shamelessly, What do you know about my foresight? You just need to deliver the things to me on the boat. Could it be that I need to explain every decision I make to you? Lin Yi said with a sneer, Vice President Wei is really smart. You know that the things in the Central Chamber of Commerce of Zhongdao will be more expensive than those in the North Island, so you specially came to the North Island to prepare the goods. The problem is that you, the Vice President of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, went to the Central Chamber of Commerce to buy a large number of junk, and then said that you will auction them in the extreme North Island. I really want to know, do you want to make the Central Chamber of Commerce proud? Or do you want to lose face for the Hong Chamber of Commerce? These words were extremely harsh, and he almost pointed at Wei Jiading's nose and scolded him as a traitor. But after thinking about it carefully, things were really exactly as Lin Yi said. If he went to other chambers of commerce to buy some things that he needed, it was okay. But he specially went to the Central Chamber of Commerce to buy unique goods and then auction them. What would the Hong Chamber of Commerce become? Even if Wei Jiading was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but change his expression slightly. Not to mention anything else, if these words were heard by the higher-ups of the headquarters of Zhongdao, no matter how much he was the vice president, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Hong Zhong was also an understanding person. He immediately laughed and said, Vice President Wei, could it be that you are preparing to switch to the Central Chamber of Commerce? So you are promoting the Central Chamber of Commerce in advance. Just like that traitor Sai Haixiao. I heard that he is doing well in Zhongdao now. You are old acquaintances, right? If he continued to say this, Wei Jiading could directly change his name to a traitor and be labeled as a traitor. Damn it, he didn't have any words to refute. Ha 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 ha, you can't be thinking that these are the things that I want to auction, right? Don't joke around, these are just gifts that I bought to bring back to give to others. The things that can really be auctioned, of course, I have to carry them with me. Now that things had come to this, Wei Jiading had no choice but to quickly overturn his original words, lest he fell deeper and deeper into the pit that he had dug. So they are all Vice President Wei's personal goods. I don't think that's what you said just now. Lin Yi looked at Wei Jiading with a smile that wasn't quite a smile on his face. He walked up slowly and patted the goods on the cart slightly. A tiny electric arc shot out of his palm and circled around all the goods in an instant. Lin Yi was definitely very familiar with destroying this kind of electronic product. He could even paralyze a base in the secular world, so a few carts of goods were really child's play. Wei Jiading didn't even know that the things that he had spent a large amount of spirit jade to buy had all been scrapped. He was still there laughing and saying, "Really? Maybe you heard wrong." No matter what, as the vice president of the Hong Consortium's headquarters, it's only right and proper for him to requisition people from the North Island branch. Even the president won't say much. Only you guys have so much nonsense to say. Hong Zhong sneered and said, "Wei Jiading, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? Even the president won't requisition a vice president and an honorary vice president to help him move his personal goods. Do you really think that the Hong Consortium is going to change its surname to Wei?" Feeling that the topic was going back to those sensitive areas, Wei Jiading hurriedly waved his hand and said impatiently, "Don't change the topic, and don't slander me. You disobeyed my orders and refused to cooperate with the work of Zhongdao's headquarters. That's your fault. I won't talk nonsense with you today. When I return to Zhongdao, I will naturally report what happened today to the executive vice president." Chapter 58-59. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hong, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't care about the title of honorary vice president. Let's go. Don't bother with such a person with a worrying IQ. Let's go back and continue chatting." Hong Zhong didn't look at the livid Wei Jiading. He turned around and walked back with Lin Yi with a smile. "Brother Lin, don't think that everyone in the Hong's Chamber of Commerce is so stupid. We have been friends for several years. Don't give up." If the title of honorary vice president of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce was a very high status for Lin Yi in the past, and he needed to work hard to maintain it, then now it had been completely reversed. It was the honor of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce to have a senior alchemist like Lin Yi as the honorary vice president of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention impeaching Lin Yi, if he wanted to leave, the Hong's Chamber of Commerce would try its best to persuade him to stay. Lin Yi knew this, and Hong Zhong was even more clear about it. Only an idiot like Wei Jiading would ask Lin Yi to move goods for him and even threaten them with impeaching Lin Yi and Hong Zhong. No one would believe that he didn't want to destroy the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. Wei Jiading snorted coldly. He didn't have the face to continue to show off here. He left the Hong's Chamber of Commerce with a gloomy face and went directly to the dock to board the ship. As for the junk he bought, he would probably not know until he returned to the central island and gave it away. After returning upstairs, Lin Yi asked Hong Zhong if he had seen the ghost cicada wing. Of course, he hadn't. It was really difficult to find the really precious things in the North Island, probably because the price was too low. For example, the ghost cicada wing could only be sold for 50,000 to 60,000 spiritual jades in the North Island. If it was taken to the Central Island, it could be sold for at least 200,000 to 300,000 spiritual jades. It might even be sold for more than $1 million at the last auction. The price in the extreme North Island would only be higher than that in the Central Island. Therefore, good things would not stay in the 3 Central, Western, and Northern Islands. Of course, there would occasionally be opportunities to pick up scraps, but such opportunities were extremely rare. Lin Yi didn't think that he would be able to get what he wanted just by casually wandering around. After a short while, Shanghai Lena sent someone to inform Lin Yi that her grandfather didn't allow her to go to the northernmost island. Instead, she wanted to stay here to accompany her future master. However, Shanghai Tianhua still attached great importance to Lin Yi. So, when he came back from the northernmost island, he must go and see him. Since Shanghai Lena couldn't go with them, Lin Yi didn't continue to wait. It was almost time for the fleet to set off again. They simply bid farewell to Xiao Ran and others and returned to the ancient battleship with Hong Zhong. When Okuda BA saw Lin Yi coming back, he smiled and greeted him. "Brother Lin, you're back. Manager Hong is also here. I've already arranged a room for you. It's not far from Brother Lin's. Is that good?" Hong Zhong smiled and cupped his fists. "Thank you, Captain Okuda. This is exactly what I wanted. We haven't seen each other for a while. Let's have a drink later. No problem. I've been waiting for you to say that. Okuda laughed heartily. It seemed that the relationship between the two was very good. Lin Yi didn't know whether it was a friendship from before or a new development in the past 2 years. Anyway, Lin Yi was very happy. Brother Okuda, are you waiting for some big shot to come? Lin Yi asked casually. The number of people on the northern island who could make Okuda personally wait for them could be counted with one hand. Shanghai Tianhua probably wouldn't come. Otherwise, Shanghai Lena would definitely follow them to the northern island. Okuda shook his head and smiled. No, I'm waiting for you, Brother Lin. After we set sail today, the crew on the ship will be complete. So, I'll be leading a small trade fair in the evening. Consider it as a warm-up for the auction on the northern island. This is the jade token to enter. Brother Lin, if you're interested, you can come and have a look. Brother Okuda specially gave me a jade token? You're too polite, Lin Yi said in surprise. He took the jade token and thanked Okuda. For this kind of thing, he could just find someone to give him a jade token. There was no need to wait for him to come back, right? He knew about this small-scale trade fair. The passengers on the ancient warship were either rich or powerful. It was necessary to conduct a small-scale trade fair before arriving at the extreme North Island. On the one hand, it could give those who wanted to collect spirit jades more time to prepare. On the other hand, it could also consume some of the potential opponents' financial and material resources in advance. Okuda laughed and said, I'm afraid that I'll forget about you when I'm busy. So, I took advantage of my free time to come out for a walk and wait for you. This jade token can bring 2 people in. So, I won't give you little wei's. But you can't save on shopkeeper Hong's. Hong Zhong took the jade token from Okuda and laughed. Look at your pained expression. Is this jade token very expensive? No, it's only 10,000 spiritual jades. Those who can participate in the trade fair are all people with status. This entrance fee is still necessary. Okuda didn't hide it. He smiled and winked at Hong Zhong. It's just to earn some pocket money. In any case, I have to provide the venue and some food and drinks. 10,000 spiritual jades really isn't expensive. You unscrupulous merchant. Fortunately, you didn't open a chamber of commerce to steal business. Otherwise, you'd be a formidable opponent. Hong Zhong laughed and joked. Then, they walked in together. Shang Yuhua excused herself and left. This time, they couldn't buy Yangji grass in the North Island. She had to discuss with Shangwani how to solve the problem of Cai Zhongyang. After all, Cai Zhongyang took out the Yangji grass for them. They couldn't burn the bridge after crossing it. Okuda had a lot of things to prepare for the trade fair in the evening. So, he left after saying a few words to Lin Yi and Hong Zhong. Fortunately, it was getting late and the trade fair was about to start. Lin Yi, Hong Zhong, and Wei Shenjin went to the venue to wait. Hu Guanqi, Cai Zhongyang, and the others naturally had jade plates from Okuda. So, Lin Yi didn't need to worry about them. After sitting for a while, the two came together and greeted Hong Zhong. After a while, Shangwani also came with Shang Yuhua. When he saw Cai Zhongyang, he immediately came over and said apologetically, Chairman Cai, I'm sorry. This time, I didn't buy Yangji grass in the North Island. I'm really sorry that you got into trouble. When we get to the North Island, I'll definitely help explain. I'll also bear all the subsequent losses. Chairman Cai, you don't have to be so polite. We're rivals in the business world and friends in private. You don't have to worry about this. Cai Zhongyang smiled and waved his hand. Of course, he couldn't really not care. But now that things had come to this, there was no point in saying anything more. Chapter 5860. That being said, he also knew that the chances of finding another young polegrass on this ship were extremely low. On the other hand, he might be able to find a yin core fruit. After all, this fruit was much more abundant than young polegrass. Cai Zhongyang didn't say anything more. This matter had already reached the point where he could only take one step at a time. There was really nothing more to say. Slowly, more and more people entered the venue. Most of them knew each other. No matter what their relationship was, it was necessary to greet each other. Therefore, the people around Lin Yi gradually dispersed. This small trade fair was similar to a wine party in the secular world. Eat, drink, and build relationships. In the end, everyone would take out what they were willing to trade and say what they wanted. If they were satisfied, then they would close the deal. It was very simple. Wei Shenjin naturally didn't leave Lin Yi's side, so Shang Yuhua also stayed. The three of them chatted in an inconspicuous corner, drank tea, and ate spirit fruits. It was very comfortable. When most of the people had arrived, Okuda Ba stood on the stage and said, "Honored guests, welcome to the small trade fair that I, Okuda Ba, am holding tonight. Let's skip the small talk and get straight to the point. Let's start today's trade." Lin Yi estimated that there were about 300 people in the banquet hall, and while one jade card could allow 2 people to enter, most of them came alone. After all, they were all people with high statuses, and it wasn't appropriate for them to have followers. Other than the few people who came with Okuda Ba and gave out their cards, Okuda Ba would be able to earn 2 to 3 million spirit jades just from the entrance fee alone. What a good business mind he had. On the stage, Okuda Ba's face was also red. He seemed to be in a good mood. He took out a jade box and said, "Next, I'll start by taking out something to warm everyone up. It's not good, please don't laugh at me. Captain Okuda is too modest. How could something you take out be bad? Hurry up and show it to us," someone shouted. Who knew if it was someone Okuda Ba arranged to hype up the atmosphere for the trade? Anyway, Lin Yi didn't know this person. Okuda Ba smiled and nodded at the man. He casually opened the jade box and said, "This is a 1,000-year-old truth recovery grass. It can be used to refine the truth recovery pill. Everyone knows that the truth recovery pill is a pill used by cultivators in the mountain opening stage to recover their true chi. Although it's not considered precious, it's still a mystic level 1 pill. For a cultivator in the early mountain opening stage, a low-grade truth recovery pill can basically recover all of their true chi in an instant. In a battle, this pill can save lives. There were already some people below. Although there weren't many mountain opening stage cultivators here, it didn't mean that they didn't have any backers. Truth recovery grass was an important strategic resource for mountain opening stage cultivators. It wasn't a small thing like Okuda Ba said. It was definitely a good thing. As an item to attract jade, I don't have to specify what I want to trade for this 1,000-year truth recovery grass. As long as it's about the same, it's fine. Of course, you can also use spiritual jades to buy it. Okuda Ba smiled and looked around at the people around him. He took out the truth recovery grass to boost the atmosphere. Otherwise, this thing would be useful to him, and he wouldn't have taken it out to sell. "Captain Okuda, how many spiritual jades are you planning to sell this truth recovery grass for?" There were already people who couldn't help but start asking. Those who went to the extreme North Island's auction didn't lack spiritual jades. As for good things, they wouldn't take them out if they could. To them, spiritual jades were the most useless thing. Okuda Ba smiled and said, "I won't name a price. Everyone, just take a look and see if it's about the same as the market price." Everyone cursed him in their hearts. What's about the same as the market price? Could the market price of the extreme North Island be the same as the market price of the extreme North Island? Moreover, there were definitely more than 1 or 2 people who wanted the truth recovery grass. He was clearly trying to get people to bid, and the highest bidder would get it. However, Okuda Ba's move was indeed the best way to stir up the atmosphere. As long as he could sell this truth recovery grass for a high price, the atmosphere would be set. If it wasn't something good, no one would dare to take it out. "I bid 1 million spiritual jades." The person who asked just now didn't waste any more time and directly bid 1 million spiritual jades. Okuda Ba just smiled and didn't say anything. 1 million spiritual jades was indeed the market price, but it was only the market price of the extreme North Island. However, it was basically impossible to buy the 1,000-year truth recovery grass with this price. Okuda Ba wasn't in a hurry. This was just the beginning, and he believed that there would be new bids soon. I bid 2 million spiritual jades. Another person made a bid, directly doubling the price. Unfortunately, this price was still on the low side. If the 1,000-year truth recovery grass was taken to an auction, it could be sold for at least 4 million spirit jades. Now that they were on the way to the extreme North Island, no one believed that a mere 2 million spirit jades could buy the 1,000-year truth recovery grass. Just now, Okuda BA had only said that the low-grade truth recovery pill could instantly recover the chi of the early stage of the mountain opening realm. In fact, the high-grade truth recovery pill could also recover the injuries of the user, and it was also instantaneous. Otherwise, there were other pills that could recover chi, and the truth recovery grass wouldn't be so sought after. The most valuable thing about it was the word instantaneous. In the midst of an intense battle, what was the difference between this and having an extra life? A mountain opening realm giant was a peak existence to any force. If it could give them an extra life, what was a mere spiritual jades? In just 4 rounds of bidding, the 1,000-year truth recovery grass had already reached a sky-high price of 5 million spiritual jades. However, this was still within the normal price range, and Okuda BA wasn't satisfied either. However, at this point, the bidding became more cautious. There were almost no increments of 1 or 2 million spiritual jades. They were all increments of 1 or 200,000 spiritual jades. In the end, the 1,000-year truth recovery grass was sold for a price of 8,300,000 spiritual jades. If it was a truth recovery pill, breaking through 10 million would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, this was only a truth recovery grass. If he wanted to refine it into a pill, he would need to find a high-level alchemist. There weren't many alchemists who could refine a mystic-level first-grade alchemist in the 3 islands. Lin Yi felt that it was a pity. He really wanted this truth recovery grass. Although he didn't have the pill recipe for the truth recovery pill, this pill recipe wasn't something that could be obtained easily. With the Shunnong cauldron, refining it into a pill wouldn't be a problem at all. Chapter 5861. With Okuda Dam's good start, the second person immediately went on stage. He also took out a mystic level 1 pill's main ingredient, but he didn't want any spiritual jades. He only wanted to trade for one thing, but there was nothing he wanted. Or maybe there was something he wanted, but no one was willing to trade for it. In the end, he could only cancel his bid. The next 3 people all succeeded, either by trading or selling. In any case, the process was very smooth, not affected by the second person's failure. Lin Yi looked on with interest, but didn't make a move. It wasn't that he didn't want those things, but he didn't have anything suitable to trade for them. The next person to go on stage was Shongwani. He didn't take out anything, but directly posted a request: "I need a young pole grass. As long as you have it, I'm willing to buy it for 10 million spiritual jades. Or, if you want something in exchange, we can discuss it. I'll do my best to satisfy your needs." The audience began to whisper amongst themselves. The young pole grass was indeed precious, but 10 million spirit jades was already 10 times the auction price of the young pole grass. This was completely different from the truth restoration grass. Whether it was in terms of grade or value, the difference was huge. Furthermore, the usage of the young pole grass was very limited. If anyone had it, they would definitely take it out without hesitation. Not to mention, Shongwani had also said that he would consider exchanging something they wanted for the young pole grass. This was simply too tempting. Unfortunately, no one present had the young pole grass on them. The Zheng family sneered in the corner. If young pole grass was so easy to get, it wouldn't have been used as a tool to trap Cai Zhongyang. So no matter how high Shongwani's price was, they wouldn't be worried. Shongwani looked back and forth a few times, the disappointment in his eyes growing. This was his last attempt. It seemed like there was no hope of getting the young pole grass. In the end, he could only shake his head and leave the stage. He didn't take out any more items to trade. Cai Zhongyang also felt a little sad in his heart. However, he was still rather satisfied that Shongwani was willing to offer such a high price to purchase the young G-grass. At least he did not save the wrong person. From now on, he could only do his best. After that, they made a few more trades. The items were not bad, But Lin Yi was not interested. He began to wonder if he should go up and ask if there were any ghost cicada wings. If there were, he could trade or buy them. Before he could think about it, something that piqued his interest appeared on it. Moreover, Lin Yi happened to have what that person wanted. Everyone, this is a storage bag that has been passed down from ancient times. The space inside isn't big, but it's not small either. It can fit a dining table. If you carry it around, it's very convenient to store some things. Weapons can be stored inside. It's very convenient. I only want to trade it for 2 mountain gazing pills. If there's only one, it must be of high quality and above. Also, you have to compensate me with 3 million spirit jade. Lin Yi looked at the storage bag with interest. It looked similar to the ones he saw in the ancient small underworld. However, in terms of space, it was not as good as those in the ancient small underworld. Speaking of which, when he left the ancient small underworld, he should have brought 2 back. Anyway, the Blue Cloud sect was already the leader of the 4 big sects. They could use the Alliance's items. When he returned, he could give it to Han Jingjing for research. Perhaps she could mass-produce it. Although Lin Yi had the space in the jade pendant, it was much more convenient to have this storage bag. At least when facing people stronger than him, he didn't have to worry about taking things out of the space in the jade pendant. It's actually a storage bag. I've only heard of it, but I've never seen it before. I didn't expect to see it for real this time. Just exchanging for 2 mountain gazing pills seems to be a bit of a loss, right? Some people started to discuss below. 2 mountain gazing pills for a storage pouch seemed to be a very cheap deal. Although mountain gazing pills weren't something that could be obtained easily, compared to the storage bags that had been passed down from ancient times, it was on a completely different level. Didn't you hear him say that the space is only the size of a dining table? It can only store some personal items. Its value isn't as high as you think, another person retorted. If it was a storage bag with a large space, its value would be immeasurable. It was precisely because the space wasn't big that the person said that he wanted to exchange for 2 mountain gazing pills. No matter what others said, Lin Yi was prepared to take this storage bag. He didn't lack mountain gazing pills, and exchanging for this storage bag would be of great help to him. Even if he gave it to Han Jingjing for research in the future, it would be worth it. After making his decision, Lin Yi didn't wait any longer. He casually took out a jade bottle and a green spirit jade card. He went on stage and said, "I have a mountain gazing pill here to exchange for your storage bag. As for spirit jades, I can only give you 500,000. You decide if you want to exchange for it or not." The person opened the jade bottle and took a look. He immediately closed the bottle and handed the storage bag to Lin Yi and said, "Deal." The mountain gazing pill that Lin Yi refined was of special quality. Its effect was much better than the high-quality mountain gazing pill, and it was 2 or 3 times better than the medium-quality mountain gazing pill. Even if Lin Yi didn't add spirit jades, this guy would still agree to exchange. Anyway, this storage bag was of little value to him. It was convenient to carry things, but how could it be more important than advancing to the magnet realm? Zheng Dongsheng and Zheng Dongjue looked at each other in surprise. They were thinking about how to confirm that Lin Yi had the mountain gazing pill. They didn't expect that someone would exchange for his mountain gazing pill with a storage bag. In this way, they could basically confirm that Hu Guanqi had given the mountain gazing pill to Lin Yi. After Cai Zhongyang, the time to deal with Hu Guanqi was almost ripe. When they returned to Middle Island, they could start to chase Hu Guanqi out of the alchemy hall. Lin Yi didn't know that his mountain gazing pill would cause trouble for Hu Guanqi. He was satisfied and tried to use the storage bag. The space inside was really not big, only a little more than 2 cubic meters. If it was used to store spirit herbs and pills, it could store a lot of them. However, he only wanted the storage bag as a cover. The real important things should be stored in the space of the jade pendant. Chapter 5862. Lin Yi was inspired by Li Zhaoyi to trade for pills. He didn't want to be so high profile, but everyone on the ancient warship probably knew that he refined yin and yang pill alone to save Shongwani, so he just openly admitted his identity as a mystic level 1 alchemist. At least it was better than exchanging spirit-tempering pill or mountain-gazing pill. Master Lin, although I don't have the ghost cicada wings, I have other materials. Spirit jades are fine too. Can I ask you to help me refine pills? The person who bought the Millennium Truth Recovery Grass couldn't help but ask. It was not easy to meet a mystic level 1 alchemist. Although there were 2 on the ship, they wouldn't easily help. For example, Li Xiaoyi's opportunity to help was reserved for the auction on the extreme North Island. She definitely wouldn't help anyone now. Moreover, Lin Yi's alchemy ability had already been proven. Li Xiaoyi couldn't refine yin and yang pill alone, but Lin Yi could. Who was better? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect this to happen. Thinking about it carefully, it was a good business. Helping people refine pills could not only get the recipe, but also get extra pills. It was a profitable business, even more profitable than the Central Chamber of Commerce selling junk. Asking an alchemist to help usually required one's own recipe, and 2 sets of materials were required. Of course, it couldn't be helped if they could only prepare 1 set if they were too precious. However, the reward was something of similar value. Lin Yi was very interested in the Truth Recovery Pills recipe and pills. So when the person asked, he really couldn't refuse. Well, we can talk about this in private later. Although I will help people refine pills, it depends on the situation. When things are done here, you can come to my room and talk. Lin Yi thought about it and didn't refuse the benefits that came to him. But the most important thing now was to get the ghost cicada wings. If he could refine the ghost speed wings, his strength would go to another level. Thank you, Master Lin. I will definitely visit you with sincerity. That person was very happy, as if he had not expected things to go so smoothly. Being able to refine the Truth Recovery Grass into the Truth Recovery Pill was the most important step. The eyes of several people below the stage also shone. They had already begun to plan. When the matter here was over, they would go to Lin Yi as soon as possible and ask him to help with alchemy. This kind of high-level alchemist had a limited number of times. If they were late, they would not have the chance. On the other side, Li Xiaoyi frowned slightly. Obviously, she did not expect Lin Yi to take out the opportunity to refine elixirs to trade. She knew that she needed to rest for a long time after refining elixirs. How long had it been since Lin Yi refined the yin and yang elixir? If Li Xiaoyi knew that Lin Yi had to refine at least 7 or 8 batches of elixirs a day, and each batch was made with several sets of materials, what would she think? Lin Yi waited on the stage for a while, but no one came up to trade with him. Obviously, the refining of the ghost speed wings had to continue to be delayed. The ghost cicada wings were extremely rare, perhaps as rare as the young polegrass. In desperation, Lin Yi could only step down from the stage. However, wherever he passed, most people were friendly and even a little fawning and nodded at him. The status of a profound level 1 alchemist was far higher than Lin Yi had imagined. The following items were still various, but Lin Yi did not pay much attention to them. If they were not what he needed, they could not arouse his interest. In the end, he only used a Thunder Shen pill to exchange for a few yellow level 7 elixir recipes. At least it was a harvest. When the trade fair ended, it was already noon of the next day. Although he did not get the ghost cicada wings, he exchanged for a storage bag and a few elixir recipes. Lin Yi was satisfied. Moreover, there would be people coming to ask him to refine elixirs, so there would be even more benefits. Hu Guanqi, Cai Zhongyang and the others also had their own gains. Even Wei Shenjin had exchanged for an item that he liked. The few of them chatted and laughed as they returned to the door of the room and went back to their own rooms to cultivate. They knew that Lin Yi was going to have guests, and so they didn't want to disturb him. Sure enough, a few minutes after returning, the person who bought the Truth Recovery Grass hurried over. Master Lin, I took the liberty to visit you. Did I disturb your rest? This middle-aged man looked elegant, and very respectfully greeted Lin Yi with cupped fists. He was the kind of person who could easily get a good impression from others. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. After letting him in, he said, "You haven't asked. I was negligent and forgot to introduce myself. I am really sorry. I am the Thousand Blades faction's deputy sect master samurai. Greetings, Master Lin. Samurai once again cupped his fists and said very modestly. So it is the Thousand Blades faction's deputy sect Master Ling. It's an honor to meet you. Lin Yi said casually. In fact, he had not heard of samurai before. But when he heard the Thousand Blades faction, he thought of the Thousand Blades faction in the immemorial underworld. He did not know if Ling Tianyu and this samurai were related by blood. It was just that after so many years, even if they were of the same bloodline, it was probably very thin. In any case, this person might be Ling Tianyu's relative, so Lin Yi's favorable impression of him became a bit better. After exchanging a few polite words with Lin Yi, Samurai turned to the main topic and said, Master Lin should be clear that I came to find Master Lin in order to refine the true restoration pill. However, this pill is not very urgent, so Master Lin can wait until it is convenient for you to refine it. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter when you refine it, but I don't have the pill recipe for the true restoration pill. If you want me to refine it, you must give me the pill recipe. This is not a problem, I have the pill recipe for the true restoration pill. Samurai quickly took out a copy of the pill recipe and presented it to Lin Yi with both hands and said,